The ISU World Cup campaign enters its final push. 2 events, 2 weekends, and 2 Crystal Globe races coming to a boil. Today, the 5th stop on the circuit will be crowning some champions in beautiful Dresden, Germany. We welcome you to ISU's coverage of short track speed skating and inside the Joy Next Arena in Dresden, Germany. Patrick Keene is glad to be with you as we get ready for a full afternoon of racing here in Dresden. We'll go through the first running of the 1,000 meter. We'll open things up with the quarterfinals and go all the way and crown some champions later on today. Then to the 1,500. We'll see the schedule of events coming up. We'll also get to the B&A finals of the mixed relays and have the semifinals of the men's and women's relays. That'll wrap up day 2. So the ceremony on this Dresden Saturday is underway. We just saw a ceremony on the ice a few moments ago of all skaters representing all the different countries, skating on the ice carrying their country's flags. And now the ice has been resurfaced, and we are moments away from racing. So glad to have you with us. We'll open things up with the women's 1,000 meter quarters. This is the race over the course of this weekend. They will run twice. We'll see the second version of the 1,000 coming up tomorrow. But when you talk about the individual races that we have set up over the course of this weekend, the big names are here. The Liu brothers from China are not in Dresden this weekend, but outside of that, everybody is here who's right in the middle of the race. And 2 female superstars have made their World Cup season debuts already this weekend. And we'll see both Kim Bhutan and Suzanne Schulting over the course of this afternoon. There's the schedule of events of what we will have. The women's and men's 1,000 meter quarters. The repechage were run earlier this morning. The 1,500 meter semifinals will get all the way through to the A final there. And then the various relays will wrap up day 2's coverage here in Dresden. So it should be a lot of fun. I mean, the track has been in pretty good shape. As we get a look at all the officials, our chief referee, Balázs Kulver, out of Hungary. He sets things up. Peter Worth, Thilo Michel are the assistant refs on the ice. And Alexander Valic, Monika Radkowska are the video referees up in the booth. Didn't get a whole lot of action yesterday, but probably will today. Artur Kozlowski, Jan Haupel are the starters for today. So we're ready to go. First World Cup events in a couple of months. The European Championships were held a couple of weeks ago, dominated by truly the Italians, with Pietro Siegel sweeping all 3 events. We'll see him a little bit later on today. And we'll see what kind of momentum carries over for a lot of these athletes who had highly successful European Championships. So the skaters have taken the ice, and there's a bit of a different looking Chinese squad here in Dresden this weekend. Some new faces to the National World Cup team, and they have acquitted themselves very, very well. And we'll see 2 of them, as a matter of fact, in this opening quarterfinal, Liu Wanyu and Song Jiaru, who, well, we haven't seen them at all over the course of this year, but again, with some of the other larger names on the Chinese national team not making the trip to Dresden, opportunities for others. And here's a look at the opening heats of the quarterfinals. We'll see 4 of these. 20 skaters remain, and Kim Gilly in helmet number 4. Right now, the overall Crystal Globe leader on the women's side, and she has been a dominant force so far this season at just the age of 19. She's in helmet 4 at the back of the pack. Lee So-yoon, who is 5th at this distance over the course of the year, in helmet 25 for Korea. Liu Wanyu, Renee Stinge from Canada, and again the 2 Chinese skaters with Song Jiaru and Liu Wanyu. We'll watch how they will fare in this opening quarterfinal. 9 laps underway, and right now Song and Liu off to a 1-2 start. But as far as Kim Gilly's approach goes, strength, timing, grace, power. I mean, she has it all at such a young age, and her best distance is probably the 1,500, but she is a huge, huge threat at this 1,000 meter as well. ranked number 4 at this distance this year. She is the top 1,500-meter skater. But with now inside 3 laps to go, Kim Gilly will begin to make her move on the outside. They will take the top 2 and then a maximum of 2 fastest thirds onto the semifinals. And there goes Kim Gilly to helmet 4, getting past Lu Wanyu, and there's the bell. And the 2 Koreans are now 1-2, Kim and Lee, and they begin to pull away. Final corner, and the opening quarterfinal is through. Kim Gilly and Lee So-yeon. And not much of a sweat broken right there by Kim Gilly to open things up. So the opening quarter completes. We'll wait on the official results. Went through the qualifying process yesterday. A lot of young fans in the Dresden area came out. Some students helped pack the stands of this Joy Next Arena, which can hold about 5,000 or so. Arena that was opened up about 17 years back. But now the diehards, the work week is over, and we're going to see large crowds here in Dresden over the course of the next couple of days. Then on we go to Gdansk, Poland next week, and that will be the end of the World Cup season. And then we'll get to the World Championships in Netherlands in about a month's time. There are the official results from the opening quarterfinal. Kim and Lee are on to the semis. Talk about the return of Kim Bhutan. We'll see her in the last quarterfinal, but here at quarterfinal number 2, we'll see a pair of sisters, big name sisters. Xander Velzebor and her younger sister Michelle are in this field. Wang Yi, who's had a terrific run, 18-year-old from China, overall number 10 coming into this weekend. Sophia Konya from Hungary, and Gwendolyn Daudet, whose aunt was an Olympian representing France. Daudet in helmet 69. So Xander Velzebor, who's been on a World Cup podium this year already 5 times. Took gold at the Euros in the 500 a couple of weeks ago. She's in helmet 8. Her sister is in the purple helmet number 16. The sisters right now are 1-2. Konya third. Wang has had just a terrific, really first full season on the senior circuit for China. Seen her on a couple of podiums in the 500s over the last few weeks in Beijing and in Seoul. Michelle Velzebor will cede the lead to her sister. The accomplished Xander Velzebor now has the lead. Konya still third. And there goes Wang Yi, swinging wide and trying to get into qualifying position again. First and second automatically into the semifinals, and now Wang moves in front of Michelle Velzebor. And with a lap and a half to go, it's Xander Velzebor and Wang Yi. And the bell tolls. And no real major push by Michelle Velzebor. She will finish third. We'll see if her time is good enough to move her through. But her older sister, Xander Velzebor, will glance up at the scoreboard time, and she will claim the second quarter. Pretty direct line race for Xander Velzebor. Took it easy for the first couple laps, grabbed the lead, staying away from any kind of harm. And a little congratulations with her sister, seeing Michelle finish third. We'll see if the time is good enough. Again, 4 quarterfinals, they'll take a maximum of 2/3, assuming there are no advancements via penalty. And Michelle Velzebor in that race did finish third, so she did her job. It's a tough field for her to run in at that race. At the age of 20, going against her older sister, Xander Velzebor, who has just been so accomplished over her young career, and Wang Yi of China. So 129.452 for Michelle Velzebor will we'll check on that. That is the fastest third so far of the first 2 quarters. So now on to the third quarter final. Park Ji-won, along with Corey Stoddard of the U.S., Chiara Betti from Italy, the Olympian from Poland, Stormowska, and Kei Kurikawa from Japan. There is Stormowska right now inside the top 20 as far as the Crystal Globe race. And she'll be on her home ice next week. There's Corey Stoddard. Kind of a breakthrough year for her. 3 World Cup podiums already. Silver in the 1,000 back in Beijing. So away we go in the third quarter final. Park Ji-won wins the opening corner, defends her inside position. Stoddard of the U.S. second, then Stormowska. Betti of Italy, part of their silver medal women's relay squad at the Euros a couple of weeks ago. And Kurikawa won the repechage to get in. Stoddard in front, tightly bunched. Park drafting off of her inside hip. Stormowska third, but they're right in line as they come around the corner with 4 laps to go. A little peek there by Stoddard. Wanted to see what kind of gap she has with Park. And still maintaining the pace in this one. Stormowska looks ready to try and make a move. Coming up on the bell lap again, first and second move through to the semis, and Park and Stoddard beginning to break away from Stormowska and the other 3 in the race. Stoddard still in front, and a clean race for the American, Corey Stoddard. Park Ji-won through as well. No issues in that race. So Corey Stoddard, the 22-year-old from the United States, is on to the semifinals. That will make Stephen Goff very pleased. Because the level of consistency now reaching semifinals and now A-finals for Corey Stoddard, and particularly for Kirsten Santos Griswold. If Santos Griswold is not in A-finals, that's a big story. I mean, she has elevated her game, and Stoddard has grown leaps and bounds over the last year and a half for the U.S. as well. So taking control, running her own race right there. So we will see Stoddard in the semifinals not all that long from now. The official results, Stormowska's 133.24 will knock Liu Wanyu out of a potential semifinal berth. So right now it is Michelle Velzebor, and there's the list for the final quarterfinal. And Kim Bhutan makes her return. Bhutan took a bit of a break, spending most of her time with her studies, internship, working very diligently on support for young mothers up in Canada. Good to have her back. It's unusual to see a number 7 on her helmet, but she's been one of the top short track speed skaters on the women's side now for going on 6 or 7 years. In Pyeongchang was on a podium at all 3 individual events. Bronze in the 5, silver in the 1,000, bronze in the 15. Took home another bronze in Beijing, but then took a break, well deserved. And that has given a skater like that one, Selma Poutsma, helmet 17 of the Netherlands, a chance to really flourish, particularly in the sprints in the 500. She has been one of the best, right behind Xander Velzebor over the course of this year. So 5 across the line. Ami Hirai of Japan, Claudia Gagnon also of Canada, and Auriel Levesque of France in helmet 79. They join Poutsma and Bhutan here in the last quarterfinal. And again, right now, the 2 qualifiers in third place times are Michelle Velzebor and Stormowska. 1:33.24 for Stormowska is the slowest of the thirds. We'll see how that plays out here in the last quarterfinal. Bhutan, we saw her get on the ice yesterday in the qualifying rounds and appeared to be, in very good form. Again, the one thing you miss when you're away from this kind of elite international competition from week to week, month to month, is just the real race strategy. I mean, you can do all the simulations and all the practicing, the training, the dry land, but nothing replicates getting back on the ice and dealing in real time some adversity, how to run your races, how races play out. And it'll take a little while probably for the rest to be kicked off the tires, but when you're at the level of a Bhutan or Suzanne Schulting, it will not take long to return to elite form. So there's the bell. It's the two Canadians, Bhutan and Gagnon 1-2. Levesque third. And Bhutan takes a look over the shoulder, sees her teammate there, and they will finish 1-2. 1:32.34 unofficially for Levesque, and that will not be fast enough to move her through. So we will see Michelle Velzebor and Camilla Stormowska unofficially right now also move through to the semifinals. So for Bhutan, hey, just like riding a bike. Several months off, and no problems so far through her first couple of race returns onto the ice here in Dresden. And that's the time with about 4 laps to go. We saw Bhutan slide inside past Terai, grab the lead, and Gagnon has trailed her along for the ride. And a second place finish for Gagnon. And yeah, two teammates very pleased to finish 1-2. So they will represent Canada in the semifinals again a little bit later on. Not a lot of time in between. Once we get through the quarters here on the women's side and the men's, then we'll get to the semifinals of the 1500 and then to the semis of the 1000. So there are the results in the last quarterfinal. Bhutan and Gagnon move on to the semis. So there are your qualifiers for the semifinals. Again, about an hour from now. Kim, both Velzebors, Bhutan, Stoddard, and Wang Yi of China. Very good field onto the semis in the 1000. So now we'll move directly to the men's quarterfinals of the 1,000 meters. Again, they are running this distance twice this weekend. And we've narrowed it down to 22 skaters across 4 quarterfinals. First and second of each of these quarters, plus a maximum of 2 fastest thirds, will be pushed through to the semis. And the start list for the opening quarterfinal, 2 Americans. And that man, Roberts Kruisbergs, the Olympian from Latvia, who finished 4th at the Euros a couple of weeks ago in the 1500. Felix Roussel inside position. He's been on the podium a couple of times for Canada. Took a bronze last year here in Dresden in the 1000. Wesley Park, Marcus Howard. But oh, by the way, Stephen Dubois in this race. He's, only the World Cup leader right now for the Crystal Globe. That's all. So let's not fail to bring him up. Dubois in the helmet 3. Number 2 at this distance this year. He's been on 5 podiums, 1 gold. That happened in the last World Cup event back in Seoul, claiming the 1,000. And there goes Dubois. He's in the beard in the 3 helmet, 2nd position behind Kruisbergs. Roussel right now 3rd. Wesley Park of the U.S. clustered up, swings wide, trying to get up in a 3rd position. Little contact there with Kruisbergs. Robin Bendig at the back of the pack right now for Germany as we come inside the final couple of laps. There's Roussel and Dubois. We just saw 2 Canadians finish 1-2 in our previous race with Bhutan and Gagnon. Canada trying to go 1-2 again. Roussel and Dubois are 1-2. And there's the finish. Wesley Park third, 123.27 for the American. And again, 4 quarterfinals. We'll see if that time will be good enough to move Park through to the semifinals. So Roussel, Dubois, 1-2 finish. And we'll see them all in the semifinals coming up in about an hour or so here in Dresden. And there are the official results. There's Park's 123.259. We'll follow that over the next few minutes to see if that will be worthy enough of a semifinal slot. Over the last hour or so, there's been a little bit of a reshuffling to the start list. We expected to see 2 Americans in that opening quarter. That was flipped a bit. Robin Bendig was expected to be in this heat. He was in the first one. So there's the list of the second quarterfinal. There's Pietro Segal. I mean, he was a showstopper at the European Championships in Gdansk a couple of weeks ago, sweeping all 3 individual events. He'll be in inside position here in the second quarter. There's Adil Galikmetov of Kazakhstan. Marcus Howard will now be in this race. Up until about an hour ago with the unofficial start list, he was expected to be in the opening quarter. He is in this one instead. Jordan Pierre-Gillet of Canada, who's been the top 500-meter racer this year on the men's side. There he is. He'll be in position number 2. Lee Jong-min, one of the top juniors a few years ago from Korea. And away we go in the second quarter final, but just as quickly as we begin, we stop 6 skaters. A couple got tied up, including the American Marcus Howard. Looked like he got tied up a little bit on the outside with Lee Jong-min. Right there, yeah. Blade against blade, down they go, and Sellier had to do a jet sweep around them to avoid some contact. So they will check the blades, and we'll get a restart. And a little examination of the ice. And that was a stride off of the start gun. We'll see Lucas Beckenhauser, Park Ji-won in the next quarter. Quentin Faircock will be alongside Thomas Natalini in the fourth quarterfinals. There is Sellier, who's part of a couple of podium finishes at the Euros in a pair of relays for Poland. Sellier got through here to the quarterfinals via a penalty in the repechage. Talk about living right. There was a penalty on Daniel Tibors in the repechage semifinal that not only sent Sellier through, but also Tarek Omarajic from Bosnia and Herzegovina. We will see him in the last quarterfinal. Hugo Bosma won that repechage to get through. We'll see him also in that last quarter. Still taking a look at the blades of Marcus Howard of the U.S. Seagull, little water break. What a European Championships the Italians had a couple of weeks ago. Confortola claimed the 1500, the women's relay, earned a silver, and Seagull, I mean, he won everything in a lot of various ways, but he won the 5, he won the 1000, won the 15. Just a dominant weekend for Pietro Seagull, something that the European Championships had really only seen one previous time with a clean sweep of all 3 individual events. Sellier got to stay warm, right? This is a longer blade check than Sellier was expecting. So on with the parka. It's cold on that ice. Cold in the arena. No shorts, no shirt sleeves in the crowd right there. Yeah. Heavy jackets, right? Good work by the production team to keep the crowd engaged, keep them warm, somewhat warm. The music, the interaction during this delay. See flags from all countries, right? Showing support for Korea, China, certainly Germany, Canada. Now Marcus Howard, the Federal Way Washington native, back on the ice. Howard came through the repechage as well. So back to the starts and the restart of the second quarter. And it will be a clean start through that first corner. Pietro Segal defends his early position. He is out in front. Pierre Gillet, Galik Metov in the lead group. There's Sellier at the back. He has plenty of speed, but content in this 9-lap race to come from behind. Pierre Gillet third. These young men right now fourth, representing Korea. Still it is Segal, and now a little move by Pierre Gillet. Forced to go a bit wide, could not make the pass on Galik Metov, so he hangs out in third. And he will endeavor again. Still Segal. Down the back straight as they approach 2 laps to go. And this is a tight one. The front four, all opportunities. There's Pierre Gillet, just kind of gliding his way in his second. Broke stride a bit. There's the bell. Down goes Galik Metov. Segal in the clear. Pierre Gillet in second position. They'll take a look at that in the review booth. And to the line. Look at that late move by Sellier. I think he got up for seconds. Well, talk about the power of Diane Sellier. We saw that on display, and that coming out of that last corner. And he may have gotten up for second place. You almost wonder if Pierre Gillet took second for granted once Galik Metov went down. But like a lightning bolt, we'll check the finish here on this replay melt and see if Sellier did get up, because once Galik Metov goes down, I think Pierre Gillet's thinking, all right, second is in the bag. Here's Segal around that last corner. And we'll check the official results. We'll see if Sellier got up for second. That would be important, because second place finish is an AQ to the semifinals. And there is Palach Kover, the chief referee, taking a look at the review here on the contact that sent Galik Metov down, or if there was contact. Yeah, it looked like there's a little nudge on the back of Galik Metov that then led to kind of the domino effects. It was the touch by the American on the lower back of Galik Metov. So Marcus Howard moves up on him, extends the hand, and just that little nudge might have set that fall and contact in motion. So examining the video, they will take a look. We do have a referee liaison in Dresden to send us some information on what exactly they're taking a look at with any potential reviews this weekend here in Dresden. Some Chinese flags, some young Chinese fans here in Dresden. And here are the results. That Howard does earn the penalty for the U.S., but no advancements right there. Segal and Pierre Gillet did finish second. Look at that, how close that was. 0.04 of a second But Cellier's 125.336 right now would have him into the semifinals anyway. So the penalty on the American Howard right here as he again creeps up on Galek-Metov in the light blue and dark blue. And right there with the lane change infraction, penalty to Marcus Howard. So now on to the third quarterfinal. Park Ji-won right now the world number 2 in the Crystal Globe standings. Just a couple of points behind Stephen Dubois, but he's the reigning Crystal Globe champion. And Lucas Speckenhauser right now inside the top 10. The Italian Olympian inside position here. Radek Foczkis on the outside in position 5. Nowinski from Poland and Zhang Jinji from China in helmet 176. And away we go here in the third quarter. Park Ji-won, 5 World Cup podiums already this year. Couple of golds, one of the 1,000 meter, that was in Montreal, and then one of the 1,500 in Seoul about 2 months ago. Nowinski, the 20-year-old, he's a world junior champion in the 500 just last year. And he is big and strong and powerful. And trying to make an inside move. And a little contact with Zhang, and Zhang goes down. Nowinski got knocked off stride. That will be reviewed. And right now that leaves Park with Speckenhauser and Foczkis. They will have a look at that with a potential advancement on a would-be penalty. They will review that now and toward the end of the race. But meanwhile, there's the bell for Park and Speckenhauser, and Foczkis right now in third position. And the last corner, Park and Speckenhauser a 1-2 finish. Foczkis 125.20. And if that time holds up, that at least gets inside Cellier's time from the previous quarter. So a lot to look at. And as far as the race review here, they're going to take a look at a potential penalty involving Zhang and Nowinski. So that's what that yellow video review box indicates. Still looking at it. Nothing has been cleared, but Park Ji-won knows the only thing cleared is the spot in the semifinals for him. He was not involved. And that also created an opportunity for Radek Foczkis, who did finish third. Again, we saw Zhang go down. Nowinski stayed on his skates, but fell far off the pace as they battled for second right there. Zhang goes down. Nowinski actually stayed up, but he was far astray, which then created the opportunity for Radek Foczkis, who may not have been a factor for third place in that race, but certainly when this incident occurred, he was in third position and finished with a good enough time, at least for now, to potentially get Foczkis into the semifinals. And a look at the delegations, the coaches, fans. A lot of flags face painted. So still having a look at that contact between Zhang and Nowinski. And that was a contact for second position, and so as a result, there are the official results. Zhang earns the penalty. Nowinski is advanced because of the penalty, and that will now eliminate one of the potential fastest thirds to go through. So Foczkis will not move on to the semifinals because of that advancement. And here's the look at what The people up in the replay video booth saw not giving enough space right there. The penalty awarded to Zhang. So Michael Nowinski of Poland is into the semifinals as a result of the penalty. That will now leave us with one more quarterfinal to go. Yokoyama and Miyata of Japan inside position and second position here. And Quentin Faircock, who's been on a couple of World Cup podiums for France. And he races to the corner, and well, it's a tough break. Tough break right there for Faircock. He did well from his position 3 to win the corner, but there was contact and a couple of falls behind him, so we'll get a restart. Well, that's exactly what you want to do when you're not in great position in terms of the lineup on the start line. If you can beat the two guys to your left to that corner, I mean, you really give yourself the inside track to control the race and advance, in this case, to the semifinals. Perfectly executed by Faircock, but Miyata went down to his left behind him. So take a look at the blades up on the pads, and we'll see if that changes maybe the strategy or the energy from Yokoyama, who is in inside position to open up this race. So that's been a bit of a jagged start in terms of pacing and a rhythm for these races over the first hour or so of this afternoon session. There's a look at Thomas Natalini, the 21-year-old from Italy. Miyata, one of the top juniors in this sport a couple of years ago. Checking out the blade right there, Faircock. Hugo Bosma of the Netherlands is in this last quarterfinal. He won the repechage to earn a spot. Tarek Ormaragic from Bosnia and Herzegovina, also thanks to a penalty in the repechage, books a spot in the corners. There's Faircock back on the ice. So following this quarter, we'll have a resurfacing of the ice and come back with the 1500. Maybe the semifinals for the women and the men. So back to the start line for the last quarterfinal. Now they're called off. Curious now if that quick start by Faircock will be muted by Yokoyama this time on the inside. And yeah, a little more urgency, and this time Faircock does not get to the corner. So Yokoyama and Miyata do get to that opening corner in 1-2 positions. Love the eyes on the front of the helmets of Yokoyama. he's coming after you. Doesn't take long as Faircock makes a little bit of move, and now he will take the lead away a couple of laps into this 1,000-meter quarter. Faircock right now 5th at the 500-meter distance. Bronze and a silver so far in this World Cup season for him. He's just been very, very consistent this year. Miyata, Yokoyama, 2-3 behind Faircock, then it's Natalini. Final 3 laps. Yokoyama still second. Inside move by Bosma, a little contact. And it's Faircock and Yokoyama. Miyata got knocked off on that contact. And now it's Yokoyama in front. Faircock second, scrambling. Natalini goes wide, looks for the pass, and he will get up for seconds. So Yokoyama will take down this quarterfinal. Natalini up for second. Faircock third. We will have one more review on the contact involving Bosma and Shogo Miyata with a couple of laps left to go in that race. should get a look on that. Well, we won't see the contact involving the Dutch skater Bosma. Not on that replay sequence, however. We saw the finish with Natalini getting up and just passing Fairkalk 4 seconds. So they're having a look at a potential infraction against Bosma. Again, the 22-year-old from the Netherlands who got to the quarters via the repechage. And we'll see what that would do for Shogo Miyata. So Yokoyama takes it down. And awaiting the official results, here they are, and it will be a penalty to Bosma. But no advancements. Yokoyama and Natalini are through into the semifinals. And that will wrap up the quarterfinals of both the women's and the men's 1,000. So here are the semifinalists on the way after we explain what happened on the illegal late pass involving Bosma. Bottom of your screen right there, and the little shoulder contact there with Shogo Miyata. So the results are official, and now the Zamboni is on the ice to resurface things, and semifinalists in the men's side now set. Roussel, Dubois, Siegel, Pierre Gillet, so 3 Canadians. Park Ji-won, you got Natalini, Yokoyama, Speckenhauser. Wesley Park of the U.S. will move due to the fastest third, and Nowinski is advanced as well via the penalty. So only one fastest third gets through, and that's Wesley Park of the United States. So he has now booked his spot in the semifinals. So the pads are open, the resurfacing begins, and when we come back, we'll be ready for the women's and the men's 1,500 meters semifinals. That'll be, looking at the clock, should be at about 15 minutes time or so from now. So we'll take a little break. ISU's coverage of World Cup Dresden continues. The 1,500 meter semifinals on the way about 10 minutes from now officially. So stay tuned for that. All right, welcome back to ISU's coverage of World Cup Dresden. Time now to get to the 1,500-meter women's semifinals. 21 skaters, 3 semis, first and second, and then a maximum of 1. We'll head on to the A final later on today. And in this opening semifinal, we will see. There's a look at Shim Suk-hee, one of the true legends of the sport. 2-time Olympian, 3-time medalist, overall champion 10 years ago, just outside the top 10 at this stage. We'll see Courtney Sereau in this race. There she is, the 23-year-old who was yet to be on an individual podium this year. 3 individual golds last year, but she's closing in. She'll be in position 7 to open things up. And there is Gloria Iorati. She'll be in the inside position. It's 1,500, which is, you don't want to say meaningless, but in a race like this, it pretty much is, even though Sereau starts on the second line, no big deal for her. There's Song Yifei, who's new to the senior team for China here in Dresden this weekend. And off we go in the first of 3 semifinals. 1,500, we'll see 13.5 laps. Didi van Oorschot of the Dutch team in helmet 87 in the middle of that pack. We will also see Mireille Nakashima from Japan, Chloe Olivier, who had a birthday last Sunday, just turned 20 years old, born in Canada. She's in helmet 45, representing France now. So those are the 7. Sereau weaving through like a thread to needle, up in a second position here. We'll see Kristen Santos Griswold coming up in the 3rd semifinal. Suzanne Schulting is on deck. She will be alongside Zoe Min and Confortola in the next semifinal. Well, you do get the sense that Sereau is closing in on that first podium of this World Cup season. Had a solid 4 continents a couple of months ago. Got on the podium a couple of times there in the 1,000 and 1,500, both times runner-up to Santos Griswold. Shim Soo-ki looking to reach a podium as well. I mean, she was on about every podium for multiple years in a row back in her heyday, but has not yet been on a World Cup podium in her return over the last year and a half. But she's been on dozens of World Cup podiums and World Championship podiums over the course of her career, and she's still only 26 years of age. There she is in helmet 6, setting the pace. Sereau behind her, and then it's Uriarte. Those are the front 3 laps to go in this semifinal. So now the race is on. Again, a maximum of 1 fastest third, but you have to finish top 2 to get to the A final. Right now it is Shim and Sereau in those positions. Uriarte right now 3rd, and Olivier 4th. They are the contenders. Here's the last corner. Shim Soo-ki, hand down, handles the corner, tight for 2nd. And Sereau, I think, bent a little bit in to almost block off Uriarte. And Sereau did get up for 2nd. That was a crafty last move by Sereau. Oh, a quality race there by Shim Soo-ki, so good to see her moving on to an A final. Three-time Olympic medalist. Silver a couple of times in the 1,500 back in Sochi and Pyeongchang. And let's watch the finish. Coming home early out of that last corner. Not yet at this stage, still the earlier stages of the race, but Shim Soo-ki had it in the bag, and Sereau is battling for 2nd, trying to fend off Uriarte. And right there, just kind of ducked a little bit in to kind of prevent the full extension of the right blade for Uriarte. And got the job done. Solid race for Shim Soo-ki. Good to see. So she will be back in an A final. And there's the opportunity for her to get on a podium for the first time in a couple of years. And same will be true for Courtney Sereau, trying to get on a World Cup podium for the first time this World Cup season. And the results are now official. And we'll see if that 225-137 for Uriarte holds up. So now the start list for the 2nd semi. And Suzanne Schulting back on the ice for the first time this World Cup season. The reigning Crystal Globe winner on the women's side, wearing helmet 1. 6-time Olympic medalist, 3-time gold medalist. Basically just was taking some time off to get her mind, get her soul, get her body ready to go. Had a little mishap a few months ago in training, but got through that as well. And she makes her return to World Cup ice this weekend. But essentially has been kind of targeting these last couple of World Cups, but more notably the World Championships next month. So we'll check the form, similar to what we saw from Kim Bhutan over the course of this weekend through the first couple of days. We'll see how Schulting looks. This is a perfect distance for her. She is a 3-distance threat, certainly. The 5, the 1,000, the 15. The 1,000 is really her sweet spot, but she is a major threat here at the 1,500 level as well. Confortola claimed the 1,500 at the Euros a couple of weeks ago, so she's on a good roll. Park Ji-yoon been on 1 World Cup podium this year. There's So Wee Min, junior world champ of this distance 5 years back. See Kanema right now in 2nd position. Schulting is going too wide. And a nice cluster of skaters as the pace begins to pick up about halfway through this 1,500. There goes Confortola. Just kind of watching the form of Schulting. Just the easy power from Suzanne Schulting. Just gliding along, sticking right with the lead group and trying to figure out All right, it's been a while since I've needed to make a move in a race like this. When's the right time? And that's probably the thing that will take probably the longest to get back into that kind of decision-making process as Schulten grabs the lead here. But if you're forecasting a 1,500-meter A final with, like, Hannah Smets, Shim Suk-hee, Courtney Sereau coming up later today, that'll create the opportunity for Schulten. There's the bell. Schulten in the clear. Park and So 2-3, Confortola 4th. And first and second and one fastest third. Schulten is on to an A final. No surprise and really not a lot of resistance there for Suzanne Schulten. Yep, I remember this feeling. So a clean race for Suzanne Schulten. She'll be into an A final in her first World Cup event of the year. In the 1,500 over the course of this World Cup season, we've seen Hannah Smet win a couple of golds. Kim Gilly has claimed 4 1,500-meter golds. So that is the distribution of the 6 1,500-meter races we've seen this season. Kristen Santos Griswold this weekend. We'll see her coming up in the final semifinal. She's been on a 1,500-meter podium 3 times this year for the U.S. No wins, but a couple of silvers, 1 bronze. So yeah, if you're forecasting a 1,500-meter A final, Sereau already through along with Shim Suk-hee, and now you're talking Schulten getting through, and then looking ahead, Santos Griswold and Desmet potentially, if they can get through their semi. So that will be interesting to watch. Kim Gilly electing not to race the 1,500 this weekend. She's in each running of the thousands. And there's the start list of the last semifinal of the 1,500. Santos Griswold. There's Zhang Jining inside position. Hannah Smet's helmet 3. Griswold in the 5. Danae Bly will be stacked up on the second level as the 7th entrant in this 3rd semifinal. Little extra, I would imagine, motivation and anticipation now with Suzanne Schulten back, and it may not be in the minds of Desmet and Santos Griswold at this very moment. They want to take care of business first off in their race, but if again you do look ahead to an A final and all the heavy hitters, sans Kim Gilly, are in it, you know, it changes a lot. First off, just the presence of Schulten joining that esteemed group, but the biggest thing it does is strategically. I mean, there is another, you know, one of the best skaters in the world now suddenly thrust into that group, and you may have had a perfect strategy or an acceptable approach on, hey, what am I doing if it's Gilly, if it's Desmet, if you're Santos Griswold, but now you throw Schulten in the mix. I mean, that changes everybody's approach as far as when moves are made and how races mentally are run before you start. So that will be, to me, the most intriguing part if it does play out, where we get all the heavy hitters coming up in the A final later today. But first things first, Santos Griswold, Desmet content to be toward the back of the pack, early stages of this 1,500. Zhang and Bly right now 1-2. Celeste Nemetz and then Ariana Seagal. And there goes Santos Griswold of the U.S. Makes the move, grabs the lead, and Desmet right alongside. And now Desmet wants to control this race. Coming around this corner with 3 laps to go now. DeSmet and Santos Griswold, I mean, they do have the speed to kind of break away and factor everybody else moods in this one. And they're doing just that. So it's DeSmet and Santos Griswold. The bell will ring after they cross this line. There it is. And clear ice for DeSmet and Santos Griswold. So we will get all of the big racers, again, without Kim Gilly, not in the 1,500-meter event this weekend, but everybody else is into the A final. We'll see DeSmet, we'll see Santos Griswold, we'll see Sereau, and we will see Suzanne Schulten. So stick around for that in about an hour or so's time, maybe a little longer. See Santos Griswold kind of just worming her way through, and once Santos Griswold decided that she wanted the lead, DeSmet went right with her, then a quick pass, and those two pulled away, and no issues at all for Santos Griswold and Hannah DeSmet. And just like they like it, didn't expend a whole lot of energy, didn't show their hand, didn't show their cards, and there is DeSmet on to a 1,500-meter A final. She won 2 of the first 3 1,500s this World Cup season, both in Montreal, and she'll have a chance to win another one. And there are the results. DeSmet and Santos Griswold into another A final. So that's what the addition of the stars who are returning this weekend in Dresden means. It adds so much quality, so much more depth, and a whole lot of intrigue to A finals. So there you look, the A finals. Ioriati does get in on the one fastest time, but look at that star-studded lineup. DeSmet, Santos Griswold, Sereau, Shim, and Suzanne Schulten joining the crew later today. The rest of the B finalists: Siegel, Bly, Nakashima, Celeste DeMet. So stay tuned for that. That'll be a fun one. And now we'll move straight to the men's semifinals of the 1,500. 3 semis, 22 skaters vying for spots in the A final. And this World Cup season on the 1,500. Kim Gun-woo has taken out a couple. D'Angelo has taken out a couple. We'll see William here in this opening semifinal. Wang Dae-hoon has claimed one. He is not here this weekend. Park Ji-won has picked up 1 goal, but he's been on a couple of other podiums. But D'Angelo, he's been one of the real breakout stars of this World Cup season. When he carves out such a presence physically on the ice. Andrew Hugh of the United States, Itzhak Delatz, Daniel Yoon of the U.S. as well in this first semifinal. D'Angelo number 2 at this distance in this World Cup season behind Park Ji-won. He's been on 5 World Cup podiums this year. 4 of those 5 have been at this 1,500-meter distance. Andrew Hio of the United States, native of Pennsylvania. Yet to be on a World Cup podium in his young career, but did get on an individual podium at the 4 continents, bronze in the 500. There's a look at Zhang Tianyi of China, another one of the kind of newcomers, at least this weekend anyway, for Team China on their senior crew, and they have done remarkably well at this level, getting through to semifinals. We'll see if Zhang can sneak away a spot in the A final. Antonioli right now second behind Hio of the United States. D'Angelo content now. He swings wide, challenges Antonioli, and D'Angelo now in the lead. Kazgali and Nikisha from Kazakhstan toward the back of the pack. Nikisha is known more as a 500-meter sprinter. But looking at this field, there's an opportunity for skaters like Itzhak Talat, like Andrew Hio, to grab a spot in this A final with a second place finish. D'Angelo right now in front. Hio still second. And then a battle for third between Zhang and Talat. Well, this is a perfect spot here for Andrew Hio of the United States. Yeah, a long look back to see, hey, how big is my lead for second place? He is in perfect position. And Andrew Hio will head to an A final. D'Angelo claims the semi. You know, when you watch these skaters on the ice, sometimes that peak is a millisecond over their shoulder, between their legs, to see just how close the next competitor is. That was an extended look by Hio. I think he was shocked how big of a gap he had between second and third, and then tapped the gas a little bit and just made sure no mistakes through that last corner. So Andrew Hio is into an A final in the 1500 here in Dresden. That's a little fist pump by Hio. That's an important moment for him, trying to get on his first World Cup podium of his career individually. So D'Angelo, commonplace now. 1500-meter A final, chance at another medal. Yes, please. And the official results, there they are. Talat, we'll see if that 215 high holds up. 2 more semis to go. Kim Gun-woo, we'll see him in this upcoming semifinal. Stan de Smet. And then in the last semi, Friso Imans, Pascal Dion. Again, when you look at the top-ranked 1,500 skaters, Stephen Dubois is inside the top 5. He is not racing this 1,500. So it's only D'Angelo and Kim Gun-woo as the top 1,500 skaters, within the top 5 anyway, racing here. Park Ji-won is in both thousands. Dubois is in both thousands, and Liu Xiaowang is not here this weekend. So it does create some openings for guys outside the top 5, maybe outside the top 10, to sneak a spot in an A final, maybe grab a step on a podium. There's Stan de Smet, mentally prepping for this one. Tobias Wolf of Austria. And there is Kim Gun-woo, who's made a very strong return over this World Cup season to Team Korea. Lost some pretty decent points, though, in the last World Cup event, so he's dropped off a bit in the Crystal Globe standings. He was leading. He comes into this weekend 4th. With a lot of ground to make up, he's over 140 points behind Stephen Dubois. So important for Kim Gun-woo, and somewhat of a diluted field in terms of the top quality of guys who aren't here or are not racing, for Kim to get to an A final and win it. Not a knock on any of the other skaters, but in terms of the stats and the podium finishes and the Crystal Globe rankings and the classification rankings, not everybody choosing to race the 1,500 this weekend. But Kim Gun-woo and Stan de Smet have, and this is an important next couple of hours for Kim Gun-woo. We will see him in the second running of the 1,000. That's his other individual race this weekend. But for him to really make a return push to the top of the Crystal Globe standings against Dubois and Park Ji-won, and Kim Gun-woo basically has to pretty much run the table in his individual events not just this weekend, but next week in Poland. Don Koss of the Netherlands in helmet 184, hanging near the front as we get underway. And there goes Kim Gun-woo. Smet still toward the back. Jang Sun-woo of Korea joins his countrymen, and he will take the reins here as we're a little more than halfway through. Kim and Jong, 1-2. Jong, the 21-year-old. And Kim Gun-woo back on the national team for Korea. Kosei Hayashi of Japan, third. Calls fourth, and Desmet looking for room on the inside, making his move and running a bit out of time. There's the bell. Final lap, and Desmet got caught up in a little bit of a congestion and pushed now back to fifth, and that will cost him an opportunity perhaps. And across the line, Kim Gun-woo. Jong will finish second. They will take a look, I'm assuming. Got a lot of bumping and contact on that home straight with a lap to go that involves Stan Desmet. We'll see. Right there is where Desmet began to make his move, and then you get to the bell lap here, and Desmet may have made some contact with Jang Sun-woo. There's Kim, the 126. Jang Sun-woo in helmet 26. There's Desmet kind of looking back to see what the adjudication is going to be. And there's our chief referee, Barlesh Kover. And yeah, watch Desmet on the inside here. Right there with Jang Sun-woo. So they will take a look at that and see who potentially would be in the wrong. A lot of anxious eyes, yes. Still having a look. The conversation with the assistant referees up in the video booth. And even some body language right there. Fans having joyous times. Kids, parents, couples. And there's the fans of all countries sitting in the same section. Yeah, Valentine's Day later this week for those who celebrate Super Bowl Sunday, which is not just an American holiday. Coming up tomorrow, it's a global phenomenon. Dutch fans in the expensive seats, first row right there. Korean fans. It's a beautiful thing. The different generations of short track fans. Extended look. And we'll get the official results and check out a potential penalty. We have one more semifinal to come. And if there is a penalty advance, that means no third place advancements. And there are two penalties here. One on Jang Sun-woo, the other on Hayashi of Japan. And Stan Desmet, as you see, the ADA, that represents advancing to the A final. As a result of the penalty, that would have been the one involving Zhang Sunwu. So Kim and Yoshinaga are through as the automatic qualifiers, and Stan Desmet heading to the A final as well. We should get a video look at exactly what was seen and what was ascribed to those two penalties here momentarily. And then we'll get ready for the third semifinal. Skaters are on the ice, so here is what they saw and what they decided. And right there with Hayashi off track right there, so that's the penalty for Hayashi right there. He went into the corner, was off the track, and did not reestablish. And here's the penalty charged to Zhang Sunwu against Stan Desmet. And that is what will send Desmet into the A final. And now the lineup for the last semi. Pascal Dion of Canada, Friso Imans, Watanabe, Zhang and Liu of China. And again, these are a couple of skaters we rarely see on a senior circuit for China, but they and others over the course of this weekend here in Dresden have done remarkably well to put themselves in position to get to semifinals and maybe even an A final slot. We'll see how they fare. Pascal Dion, one of the top skaters in the overall standings a couple of years ago. Dion finished fourth in the Crystal Globe last year, so we'll watch him in the 4 helmet. Friso Imans, 25-year-old, silver in the 1,500 meter at the Euros a couple of weeks ago. He was one of the top 1,500 meter skaters last year. Sebastian Lepep. And there is a look at Pascal Dion, two-time Olympian for Canada, part of their gold medal 5,000 meter relay team. There goes Shamakhanov toward the front group. He's into second. 24-year-old Olympian from Pyeongchang, Shamakhanov. Midway mark of this 1,500. It's the last semifinal. Dion, Shamakhanov, and right now Liu sits third. Here comes Imans. Quick pass on the outside. Imans now grabs the lead. Dion just managing the race from second position, beginning to gang up on him. It's a 5-skater cluster at the front. 3 laps to go. Imans and Dion. Shamakhanov in good position in third. Watanabe 5th. And now Zhang of China in 4th position. And now this race is on. They hear the bell. It is Imans, it is Dion. And now can Dion protect his second position behind Shamakhanov? And he will. It'll be Imans and Dion finishing 1-2. Tight for third between Watanabe and Shamakhanov. There's a look at Imans on to the A final. So the results are official, and we now have our entrance for the A final in the 1,500 later on today. Imans and Dion get out of semifinal number 3. Shamakanov, Watanabe, and Zhang. We'll see them in the B final. So we will get the full screen graphic of all the contenders heading on to the A and B finals again later today here in Dresden. And there they are. D'Angelo, Kim, Imons, Desmet by penalty is advanced. Andrew Hio of the United States will get through, as will Kazuki Yoshinaga of Japan. You see Zhang and Zhang from China both get to the B final. Very good performances by them. So that's it for the 1,500 meter semis. Now gearing up for the women's semifinals of the 1,000. And this should get good. We'll see Alexander Velzebor. We'll see Kim Bhutan, Kim Gilly, Corey Stoddard. And called to the line here for the women's semifinals of the 1,000. And just like we saw in the quarterfinals, both Velzebor sisters in the same heat. Alexander Velzebor and Michelle Velzebor, and Kim Bhutan in position 5. Goes heads up here against Alexander Velzebor. And watch Bhutan charge from the outside, picks up at least one slot as the semifinal gets underway. Again, if you're just joining us, Bhutan's first appearance of this World Cup season is this weekend. And her form, along with that of Suzanne Schulting, also in her first appearance this year, has looked quite good. But now the rubber kind of meets the road, so you get to the semis and potentially A finals as far as dealing with the top skaters in the world under the heat lamp. So Bhutan right now second. Michelle Velzebor looks for the inside pass and will get it. So it is Alexandra and Michelle Velzebor 1-2. Little bump right there as Bhutan says, I'm back, out of my way. And Bhutan back in the second. Wong fourth, Lee fifth right now. First and second head on to the A final, a max of 1 third-place finisher in these two semis. And it is Alexander Velzebor and Bhutan, 1-2. Michelle Velzebor third. Wong fourth. There's the bell. Alexander Velzebor navigating the back straights. Bhutan second. Here's Wong, a late push. And Bhutan will still maintain the spot and ahead of the A final. So Alexander Velzebor looks up, she's through. Kim Bhutan in her first event back into an A final. There's the stretch, and look at the reaction from Kim Bhutan. A final? Yes, I'm back. Let's do this. I mean, she wanted to come back, to gear up again for the World, but she's been so focused on things off of the ice. Kim Bhutan, you missed the competition. She's thrilled, so happy to be back on the ice and doing a lot of great things in school, a lot of great things within her community, but she misses this, and she's going to have a chance to go heads up with Velzebor and likely Kim Gilly, maybe Corey Stoddard coming up in the A final. I mean, this is as an athlete what you live for. Yes, you want to do great things in life, impact people, be great influences and examples, but you want to compete at the highest level while you can for as long as you can. And when you're away from it for a little while and you come back, maybe a little bit of doubt, but I mean, this is where the adrenaline really gets pumping. So here's the start list for the second semifinal. We'll see if Bhutan and Velzebor will see a Kim Gilly or a Corey Stoddard in the A final. Park Ji-won of Korea, there's Kim Gilly. Storm Asuka and Gagnon, the other competitors here in this second semifinal. Kim Gilly, she's hard to imagine that she's done so much in her career in such a short time frame. Claudia Gagnon, 17th currently in the Crystal Globe standings. Corey Stoddard, silver in Beijing behind Santos Griswold in the 1,000. So she is now becoming a regular in A finals for the U.S. Trying to get to another one here. Gilly in helmet 4, inside position, has won 1,000 race this year. That was the second run in Montreal the very first week in the World Cup season. We've seen stylistically from Corey Stoddard at this distance, I mean, she wants to be in front. She wants to control. Stormowska second, and Stoddard is out to the early lead. We'll watch Kim Gilly. She's comfortable really from all positions, generally from the back, but this is a shorter race, so she doesn't want to lose touch with Corey Stoddard. Because as you assess the field, if you're Kim Gilly, you're saying, you know, cream of the field I am, but I want to make sure that I hang with number 10, especially if I'm coming from third or fourth position with 4 or 5 laps to go. And Stoddard right now still in front. Stormowska in between her and Gilly. And Park Ji-won fourth. Gagnon slithers up to fourth position, working the inside for Canada. Gilly still third. And now she'll begin to make her move. Tries to get around Stormowska. Swinging very wide. And Gilly still third. Lap and a half to go. Now, sneaky little inside move to get past Stormowska. And there's the bell. Stoddard first. Gilly second. Top two advance to an A final. Last corner. And Stoddard is going to win the semifinal. Gilly, no issues coming through. Hands on her knees, conserving some energy. And Kim Gilly into the A final as well. So Corey Stoddard wins the semifinal. And love the very muted reaction across the line by Stoddard. I mean, satisfied, yes. But once you begin sniffing podiums and wearing medals, A finals are great, but that's not the goal anymore for Corey Stoddard. Medals are, and she has accomplished that a couple of times. And so no huge visceral reaction from Stoddard when she came across. Solid race for Stoddard, controlled start to finish. And Stormowska will also advance to the A final with that third place time of 1:30.454. So the A final is set for the women's 1,000, the first running of it this weekend. And there you have it. Stoddard, Velzeboer, Kim, Stormowska, and Kim Boutin. And the next 5 to the B final, Michelle Velzeboer, B final for her, Wang Yi, Gagnon, and others. So now on to the ice for the next couple of minutes. The 2 semifinals in the men's 1,000 meter. Park Ji-won, will see him in this opening semi. Dubois will be in the second semi. 3 Italians in these 2 semis. Speckenhauser, Seagal, Natalini. Canada will have 3 reps as well. Pierre Gillet in this semi. Dubois and Roussel in the seconds. And there is Park Ji-won, the reigning Crystal Globe champion, is bopping along to the music. Pre-race approach. Couple of points behind Dubois in this year's race for the Crystal Globe. It is tight, tight, tight. And Seagal, after his landmark European Championship performance a couple of weeks ago, this is now where we'll get a sense of how high, how huge the confidence is for Seagal, because he's going against some high-quality skaters, and one of them right there, and Pierre Gillet. Michael Nowinski of Poland in the 5th position of this first semifinal. Here we go. 9 laps for spots in the A final. Pierre Gillet and Seagal out to the early lead. Park Ji-won got shuffled back a bit off the start. He's right now third. Speckenhauser is a guy at this distance very content to come from the back of the pack, but his late surges are powerful. And he's a thoroughbred who likes to come off the pace. So you can't take anything for granted if he is behind you. And there goes Park Ji-won. A full lap attempt at a two-person pass, and he gets it, and Park Ji-won now in front. Pierre Gillet second, Seagal third, and watch Speckenhauser in the fourth position. Nowinski behind him. 2 laps to go, and this is the time for Speckenhauser if he's going to make the move, and he's trying. Goes after his teammate first, slips a bit, lost some ground. That might be costly. Park Ji-won still in the lead. Seagal goes down, and we'll have a review. Park Ji-won will come around. Pierre Gillet went down with him, and so Nowinski gets up for second. Speckenhauser third. Pierre Gillet and Seagal took each other out entering the first corner of that last lap. And that's the unexpectedness that is expected in short track. So here's the pass for Park Ji-won with about 3 laps to go. And there's Seagal, number 6, Pierre Gillet slipped and fell just in front of him, and there was nothing Seagal could do to get out of the way. And that opened things up for Nowinski, who was at the back of the pack almost that entire race. And as a result of that fall, taking out 2 of the 5 competitors, Nowinski finishing second as he pipped Speckenhauser for second place. So they're taking a look at the Pierre Gillet fall, and we'll see if that might advance Seagal to an A final. We're seeing in real time some discussions coming from our referee liaison in Dresden about the examination of the video. So they're taking a look at that fall and perhaps an advancement. But then the question is that it is an advance to the A final, the B final. Kind of depends on the positioning of that infraction, the positioning of the race at that stage. Were they in position to go to the A final qualification or to the B? So that is all being discussed and viewed, because it might have been a spot where it was a third position potential infraction here. We'll take a look and get the official results. There's the Pierre Gillet fall right there in front of Seagal. Seagal was in third. Pierre Gillet was in second at the time of the fall. So we'll see how that is going to be addressed. Yeah, a chance for these fans to kind of catch their breath. One more semi on the way. We'll see a pair of Canadians, but first there will be no penalty assessed. So there's the official results. Park and Nowinski to the A final. That's the big surprise. Nowinski, because a result of that fall, finishing second. Speckenhauser, he's on the bubble right now with that 125 mid. They will take one fastest third if there are no advancements via penalty out of this semifinal. And there are the contenders. Dubois right now, the Crystal Globe leader by a couple of points over Park. Roussel, and we'll see Wesley Park of the United States in this one as well. There's Tomas Natalini. And Hiroki Yokoyama of Japan starts in fourth position, hustles nicely off the line, and Yokoyama right now in second behind Roussel. So Park Ji-won into the A final. And Michael Nowinski is as well. Who will join them? We'll see. So it's Dubois at the front. Now Roussel makes a little move and shuffles Yokoyama back to the back of the pack. Maybe a little bit of contact. The yellow box is up. That will be reviewed. Natalini of Italy rising to third. It's Roussel and Dubois right now 1-2. Wesley Park of the U.S. is fifth. And coming up on 2 laps to go, and they come around this corner. Roussel and Dubois, Natalini, and a big gap to Wesley Park in fourth. Team Canada would take this result inside the bell up. Natalini closing hard, though. Dubois right now second position, and he will get to the line. So it is a 1-2 finish for Team Canada. Roussel and Dubois. Natalini 1:25.3. We'll check that time and compare. That is about a quarter second faster than Speckenhauser. So assuming there is no penalty, and they are reviewing one incident earlier in this race, if there's no penalty, that would be good enough to get Natalini into the A final by time. But again, they are taking a look. And one more time. Wow, that's Culver. Chief referee on the ice having a look. Right there, that's what they're taking a look at. Roussel was on the inside. That was Yokoyama kind of sliding over, making some contacts. So now they will open up the pads and bring out the Zamboni and get ready for what is next. But we have one more result to get to you. But when we return after the resurfacing, the finals of the women's and men's 1500, and then the finals of the women's and men's 1000. And here are the results. No penalty. And Roussel and Dubois into the A final, and indeed it is Tomas Natalini of Italy by time heading to the A final as well. So that'll knock Speckenhauser off the perch. He'll be in the B. Was A final as well. One quick break on the ice, and when we return, we will crown some champions for the first time this weekend. And here's a look at what they saw and what they determined was shared responsibility for Roussel and Yokoyama on that bit of contact. So as a result, no penalty assessed, and the two Canadians are into the A final. And here are the A and B finalists. We will see just a little bit later on this afternoon here in Dresden for the men's 1000. So Zamboni comes out onto the ice. They're taking some of the signage and repositioning it on the pads as we get ready for this little break. They're doing everything during this break. They only have a limited amount of time. Got to get the signage the perfect spots. So to the A final, it'll be Natalini by time, Roussel, Dubois, Park Ji-won, and Michael Nowinski. So stick around. We'll come back with the 1,500-meter men's and women's finals in 18 minutes' time. Stay tuned for that. You're watching coverage of ISU World Cup Dresden. Hang with us.
Was jetzt richtig cool wäre, alle die Klatschpappen haben. Alle die Klatschpappen nach oben auseinander. Die Klatschpappen nach oben legen, auseinanderfalten und so ein bisschen wedeln. Genau, hervorragend, das macht ihr super. Was für tolle Bilder hier in der Germany
And welcome back to coverage of the ISU World Cup in Dresden. And this is now where it will get very, very intriguing over the next hour or so. Ready now for the B final of the women's 1500 meter. The A final will follow. Same for the men, the 1500 B and A's. And then we'll get to the B and A finals of the women's and men's 1000 meter. So our first champions will be crowned here in Dresden over the next few moments. There is the start list for the B final. Donna Bly of Canada, a couple of Italians, Confortola and Seagal. Chloe Olivier from France, Zoe Min, Celeste Nemeth, and Mirai Nakashima from Japan. Those are the 7 competitors here in the women's 1500. They'll be introduced on the ice. And there's Olivier, had a birthday last weekend, just turned 20. Born in Canada, started skating in Canada when she was 3 years of age, and now in a B final. Position 2 in this 1500, Mirai Nakashima from Japan. Nakashima also 20 years of age. 35th right now, the Crystal Globe overall standings. There's Ariana Seagal, 27-year-old. 23rd is her ranking coming into this weekend. And there's Donna Blais, who's a very nice season for Canada. A couple of World Cup podiums in Montreal, silver in the 1000, bronze in the 1500, same weekend. And here's Rebecca Nemeth from Hungary. 6 of the 7 competitors, Zoe Min. Oh, big fan favorite for the 21-year-old. World junior gold medalist 5 years ago at this distance, the 1500. And there's Elisa Confortola, European champion, a couple of weeks ago crowned in the 1500. Part of an enormous Italian weekend. So the B final of the women's 1500 meter. And you do not want to miss the A final moments away. Names from the past, names from the present, and names of stars who have just returned to the ice this weekend. All coming up in the A final. I'll let you fill in the blanks, do a little short track Mad Libs. So the 1500 is underway. Slow pace to open things up. Zoe Min has had a very good World Cup season so far. Number 2 ranked skater at the 1000 meter distance, Zoe Min. So took the 1000 meter gold in Montreal. Took a bronze the previous week in Montreal. So she's in the B final here of the 15. Donna Blythe, podium finish in the 1500 meter the second week in Montreal. Confortola sets the pace. Celeste Nemeth. And there goes the 20-year-old Olivier from France, blasting to the front of the pack. Donna Bly now inserts herself into 4th position, about 7 laps to go. And a big move on the outside. Nakashima from Japan now into the lead. So let's say Nemeth and then Confortola, 1, 2, 3. Seagal at the back of the pack in this longest of the individual races. Slithering move by Bly for the lead, and sticking close though Nakashima. And Confortola weaving forward into 2nd position. Now the move from the back from Seagal. Seagal all the way up to 3rd. It's Donna Bly, hand down around the back straight. The 2 Italians are second and fourth. And Zoe Min now, inside move, keeps her balance. Tries to hold on to second. Seagal takes it away. And to the bell of the B final. Donna Bly and Seagal, they have pulled away. Final corner. And Donna Bly on the stretch will get there. And wins the B final. Seagal second. Olivier appears to be up for third. The finish to Blyde. Ariana Seagal finishing second in this B final. So a good start for Team Canada here in the 1500 meter with the B final win for Bly, and Courtney Sereau hoping for a similar result in the A final moments away. The field, though, extremely deep. And the results from the B final now official. Bly, Seagal, and Olivier does finish third. Zoe Min finishes in seventh. So now this World Cup weekend in Dordrecht moves to its first individual A final. And the skaters, the contenders, will be introduced off ice. And we'll get ready for what is going to be a star-studded A final of the 15. So the ice is ready, the officials are ready, skaters are ready. And now time for the A final of the women's 1500 meter here at World Cup Dresden. And we will have big names from the past, big names from the present, and a big name skater returning to World Cup ice for the first time this season, all sandwiched into this A final. There is the current standings of the Crystal Globe on the women's side. 60-point gap between Kim Gilly and Kristen Santos Griswold. Alexander Velzebor third, Hannah Desmet fourth, Selma Poutsma fifth. We will see some of these top 10 names in this A final. And again, Kim Gilly electing to race both 1,000 meter races this weekend, so she will not be in this 1500 where she is the top ranked skater in the world at this distance. And the journey to this A final for those 7 competitors: Shim Suk Hee, Courtney Sereau, Yoriati, Hannah Desmet. Suzanne Schulting is the most curious name on that board. But Schulting looks to be in very good form for her first event since the World Championships last March. Santos Griswold, and she has been a star on the rise over the last couple of years and really into her own this year. And now the introductions, and here's one of the sports legends, Shim Suk Hee, 26-year-old, two-time Olympian, overall World Cup champion about 10 years ago. The last individual gold, though, for her by my records, 2018 in Dordrecht and Shanghai. And here's Courtney Sereau, who's trying to get on a World Cup podium for the first time this year. 3 individual golds last year for Sereau. Dordrecht, and then twice in Almaty. She won the 1500 meter at that distance last year in Almaty. And her form has been much improved. Here is Gloria Iuriati, the 23-year-old from Italy. She has never had an individual World Cup podium. Opportunity for her today. Big smile, looks relaxed. don't know how many opportunities you will get. Although if you're Hannah DeSmet, you get a lot of them. 26-year-old Olympic bronze medalist, currently number 4 in the Crystal Globe standings. And DeSmet, this is her distance. A couple of golds in this World Cup season already, both in Montreal. Kristen Santos Griswold, hard to contain her enthusiasm. Always happy, hugely successful last couple of years for Santos Griswold. At this distance, she's been near the top, but not on it yet. A couple of silvers and 1 bronze. But she is 60 points behind Kim Gilly for the Crystal Globe. Well, here is Suzanne Schulting, 2-time Olympic champion of the 1,000-meter, 2-time overall World Cup champion, the reigning Crystal Globe champion on the women's side. First event of this World Cup season for Schulting, and she looks in absolutely solid form. And here is Park Ji-yoon, 24-year-old from Korea. She does not get to many A finals, so an opportunity for her. 1 World Cup podium individually in her career, and that was in Montreal earlier this season, where she took bronze in the 1,000-meter in the second weekend. So there is the start list. And man, what a lineup. Even without Kim Gilly in the 1,500 this weekend, DeSmet, Santos Griswold, Soro, Shim Suk-hee, and the real wild card is wearing number 1 in the orange helmet, Suzanne Schulting. I mean, you're talking in this race, when you look at the numbers, the decals on the helmet, you have 1, you have 2, you have 3, you have 5. That was their order of finish in the Crystal Globe last year. Only number 4, Kim Gilly, is missing. So that will give you an idea about the immense depth and quality of talent in this A final. And as I chatted about earlier in the broadcast today, you know, a lot of these racers have gone against one another a lot this year, but when you throw Schulting in the mix now, strategies for all skaters change because of now the insertion of Suzanne Schulting, because the race that would have worked perhaps against the other 3 certainly may not work with Schulting and the other 3. So a lot of the tactics may change. We'll see how it plays out. Santos Griswold to the front. Schulting from the back now races toward the front, and she's shoulder to shoulder with Santos Griswold, and DeSmet is along for the ride. Shim Suk-hee, number 6. And now it's DeSmet kind of bumping past Suzanne Schulting. And this is what I'm talking about. It all changes now with Schulting's reemergence. DeSmet, and now it's Santos Griswold trying to bully her way past Schulting. She will. DeSmet second, Schulting sitting third. And then the 2 Korean, Shim Suk-hee sitting 4th, and then Park. Soro at the back with 5 laps to go. Santos Griswold, Schulting out, losing a little bit of track. 3 skaters at the back go down. Soro, Ioriati, and Park. And now it is the Fab 4 for 3 podium spots. DeSmet speeds ahead, 3 laps to go. Santos Griswold second, Schulting third, Shim 4th. And the race we wanted to see materialize has. It's now these 4 vying for gold in Dresden. And it's DeSmet, Santos Griswold. Schulting hears the bell. She's third. Shim Suk-hee 4th. Final back straight. It's DeSmet in front. Santos Griswold of the U.S. second. Final corner, the stretch, and DeSmet will win gold. Santos Griswold silver. Schulting the bronze. And Hannah DeSmet flashes a huge smile, taking down all comers in Dresden in the 1,500. Third time this World Cup season, Hannah DeSmet wins gold in the 1,500. And Suzanne Schulting, in her first World Cup event of the year, will take bronze. I mean, if you add a Kim Gillian in the mix in a race like this, this is supreme Olympic final quality. I mean, what a blessing to watch such talented skaters in this A final of the women's 1500. And Smet disposes of them all. We saw the lead swap from Schulting to Santos Griswold to Desmet and back again. But then it was Desmet with enough gas in the tank to pry away Santos Griswold at the line. And you do see the yellow box for the video review, but big, broad smiles for Hannah Desmet. And congratulations from all coaches and all competitors, and welcome back. How about that? Beautiful moment. Hugs for Schulting with Desmet and Santos Griswold. That will only do great things for the sport moving over the next couple of weeks. So there are the final. Ioriati earns the penalty. Hannah Desmet gold, Santos Griswold silver, Schulting bronze, Shim Suki finishing fourth. And here's the look at the penalty on Ioriati. She's in the blue toward the back, helmet 44. It was a little bump. Schulting absorbed it, but then the other skaters behind Ioriati were not so fortunate. Lapping off their blades. So now here in Dresden, they will get ready for the victory ceremony for the women's 1500 meter. And then after this ceremony concludes, we'll get ready for the men's 1500 meter B and A finals. Let's go down to the track and the public address announcer for the medal ceremony.
In third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing the Netherlands, für die Niederlande, Susanne Schulting. In second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing the United States of America, Kristen Santos Crystal. In first place, and the winner of the gold medal, representing Belgium, Hannah Desmet.
So the medal ceremony, great ovations for all. Schulten bronze, Santos Griswold silver, and Hannah DeSmet claims gold. And look at the updated Crystal Globe standings. Kristen Santos Griswold right now is in the lead over Kim Gilly, but again, we'll see Kim Gilly coming up in the 1,000 momentarily. So Hannah DeSmet takes down another gold in the 1,500. That's her third of the year, but this time the field included Suzanne Schulten. That will do nothing but shock the confidence of Hannah DeSmet. And we will likely see fields like that quite a lot over the next couple of weekends and into the World Championships in the Netherlands coming up next month. So they get the ice ready now for the men's 1,500 meter. We'll have the B final and then the championship A final. There's some great storylines in this as well, particularly on the men's side. For the skaters on the ice for the B final. And we'll see some familiar names and some very unfamiliar names in B finals. Notably, two skaters from China who are up to the senior level team this weekend. We don't yet know about their roster composition for Team China for next week in Gdansk. But we'll see two skaters from China, Zhang Bohao and Zhang Tianyi, who have had terrific weekends already. They're going to be both in this race. Don Kos from the Netherlands, don't see him a lot either. But he is racing this weekend. Jens van Schwoets injured, not here. Shinky Connect not on the roster this weekend for the Dutch. There's Tobias Wolf of Austria. Yurkabulan Shabakanov from Kazakhstan, 24-year-old Olympian in Pyeongchang, inside the top 30. And there is Keito Watanabe from Japan. So he's into another A final, or probably B final. 31-year-old veteran. And there's Zhang Bohao, and he is one of the two Chinese skaters in this race. And again, not a lot is known about them outside of Team China. Not a lot of visibility on World Cup circuits, but it's had a very, very good weekend. There's Itzhak Delat just outside the top 20. 29-year-old two-time Olympian. And here is Zhang Tianyi. And like Zhang Bohao and a couple of other on the women's side for Team China this weekend added to the roster. And you get an idea about kind of the future of the program and the depth of Team China. And two here in the B final. So a clean start and a fairly quick start, all things considered, for a 1,500-meter race. Again, the two Zhangs from China, Kos from the Netherlands, along with his teammate Itzhak Delat, always in the hand-painted, personally painted helmet for Delat, wearing number 23. Tobias Wolf of Austria, Shabakanov of Kazakhstan, Watanabe of Japan. Those are the 7 of this B final. Zhang Bohao right now in front. Koss second. His teammate Delat about a meter behind him in third. And there goes Don Koss. And Delat will join him at the front. There's Watanabe splitting the Zhongs from China. He's up into fourth position. 5.5 laps to go. The Dutch right now 1-2. Koss and Delat. There's a little look down by Delat. Wants to see how much room he has in front of Zhang in third place. The pace a little bit faster than it normally is in the 1500. We'll see if the guys at the front can hang with it. Shabakata from the back is trying to make a move toward the front. He's up into third now. Still Koss and Delat. And the bell, and there's the move by Shabakata. He's going to get past Delat, and he has his eyes set on one more Dutch skater. Is there time? Watanabe up into third, and Shabakata, the stretch will be a little bit short. It'll be Don Koss of the Netherlands. Yes, big weekend for him. And again, he doesn't get a lot of reps on the senior circuit. He's just turned 21 years old last week. But had some pretty good results on the World Junior circuits over the last few years. So Koss is going to win the B final for the Netherlands. That's an important next step in his career. You can tell by his reaction. Yeah, how about that? Look at it, man. My name's on top up there. See that? And the results are now official. Shabakata second, Watanabe third. Again, good weekend for Zhang Tianyi, Zhang Bohao, finishing fourth and sixth, respectively, in this B final. So prepping the ice now for the A final of the men's 1500 at the Joy Next Arena here in Dresden. And this will be another compelling race. Terrific A final on the women's side a moment ago, claimed by Hannah de Smet over Santos Griswold and Schulting. Shim Suk Hee, one of the legends, finished fourth. Big names in this A final as well. There is the tight first versus second battle right now for the Crystal Globe. 2 points separating Stephen Dubois and Park Ji-won. And we talked about Kim Gun-woo and what he needs after struggling for some points, losing some points via penalty in the last World Cup that turned out to be costly. He really needs to be pitch perfect the rest of the way this weekend and next weekend, and his opportunity is going to be now in this 1500. But he'll have to deal with William Danjno, who's had an emerging season for Canada. Stan de Smet, who has seen his fair share of A finals over his career. And a couple of skaters who are getting their first opportunity at any kind of individual podiums here on the World Cup stage. We'll get to that as we introduce the 7 competitors here vying for Dresden gold in the men's 1500. And there is Kim Gun-woo back on the short track stage. He has had a big year. Number 4 right now overall in the Crystal Globe standings. 25-year-old has been on the podium 4 times this year. A gold in the 15 twice, once in Montreal, once in Beijing. And there is Kazuki Yoshinaga, 2-time Olympian from Japan. Won gold in the 1500 the World Cup level back in Calgary in 2018. It's been a while, but here he is back in an A final. And Stan de Smet trying to replicate what his sister just did a few minutes ago. Stan, the 25-year-old Olympian from Belgium. A couple of bronze medals at the European Championships a few weeks ago. And here is Friso Imans, who last year World Cup classification at the 1500 was a bronze medalist, but he has never had an individual podium in his World Cup career. 25-year-old, chance to do that. That gives you an idea how consistent he was, though, last year at the distance. Here's Pascal Dion, the 29-year-old from Canada, one of the top skaters around. World overall number 2 a couple of years ago, 2-time Olympian. And he has a shot, a real shot at a podium in this one. William D'Angelo, 22-year-old. Not sure there's a more improved skater on the circuit this year than him. Overall right now, number 3 in the Crystal Globe standings. He's about 79 points shy of Stephen Dubois. And here's Andrew Hio, 22-year-old from the United States, grew up in Pennsylvania. Never been on an individual World Cup podium, and you never know in a race like this. It might be his time. He may need a break or two, but that's short track. So there are the 7 contenders. Kim Gun-woo and D'Angelo are going to be the 2 favorites in this race. We will watch Desmet. We will watch Dion. And we'll see if Imans or Hio or Yoshinaga can steal a spot on the podium. So away we go in the A final of the men's 1500 meter here in Dresden. And we'll see how the pace and the strategy plays out. And Andrew Hio says, I would like to lead this race. So he's out ahead of D'Angelo, Kim Gun-woo third. Smet straight up now into third position. 13.5 lap race. And we'll see leads swapped many times. Hio will now turn the lead over to Pascal Dion. And his countryman D'Angelo stalking closely in third. But Kim Gun-woo now was toward the back, finds a little bit of room on the inside, and he's from 6th to 3rd, but then immediately knocked back to the back of the pack again. That's D'Angelo. Yoshinaga, 3 wide, grabs the lead. Stan Desmet sliding forward. And Yoshinaga, the 24-year-old, looking to get back on top of a podium for the first time in a few years. Five laps to go. D'Angelo, Desmet 1-2. Dion now to third. Hio at the back. But we'll see, again, a lot of moves from the back of the pack pretty quickly, including Kim Gun-woo. Gun-woo kind of needling his way forward, but not perhaps as aggressively as we're used to seeing. And now the race is really on. It is D'Angelo taking charge, Desmet second, and Imans up to third. And Kim Gun-woo having a tough time getting toward the front. There's the bell. Gun-woo is in 5th. It's D'Angelo, it's Desmet. Dion can't get through. Kim Gun-woo doing what he can, but it's going to be William D'Angelo. Gold again. His breakthrough year just gets bigger and bigger, week by week, event by event. And for the 3rd time this World Cup season, William D'Angelo has claimed gold in the 1500. Began his breakout when the World Cup season began on a podium in the 1,000. Then the following week, his first individual gold in the 15. Followed that up the very next World Cup event in Beijing with a bronze in the 15. And then in Seoul before the break, at both 1,500 distances, a silver and then a gold. And D'Angelo effectively wins his second consecutive World Cup 1,500-meter race. And what a bright, bright future for William D'Angelo, who has charisma oozing from his veins. I mean, this 22-year-old who I don't think a lot of people would have expected to see the type of year that they're seeing from him. I mean, he now is floating not only toward another gold medal on top of the podium, but he now is beginning to close in at the top of the Crystal Globe standings. He was third coming in, and he'll post big points as a result of this gold. Desmet finishing silver. Kim Gun-woo did get up for bronze, and Andrew Heo almost got on the podium for the first time. A fourth-place finish for the 22-year-old American. So William D'Angelo wins gold for Canada in the men's 1,500. Let's go down to the ice for the awards presentation.
Third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Korea, Kim Gun-woo. Silver medal. And winner of second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Belgium, Dresden. Third place, and the winner of the gold medal, representing Canada, William D'Angelo. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
And there are the Crystal Globe standings coming in. Now 6:04 for William D'Angelo after claiming gold in the 1,500. Congrats to him. He just continues to just impress. So another gold for D'Angelo in the 1,500. Desmet silver, Kim Gun-woo bronze, Andrew Heo fourth for the U.S. Oh, get used to that scene. Get used to that gesture. He is just now on the scene and not going anywhere. So now we'll switch to the B final of the 1,000 meter. We'll jump to the women's side. A final coming up. Men's B and A final in the 1,000. Then we'll get to the relay portion of the schedule for today. We'll close things down with the mixed relay B and A finals. And then the semis of both the women's 3,000 and the men's 5,000. Start list for the B final of the women's 1,000 meter. Michelle Velzebor, who was in the last couple of heats with her sister, will not be in her sister's heat this time. Alexander in the A final coming up in a moment. There's Park Ji-won. 25-year-old silver medalist at the 500-meter level at the four continents. There's Claudia Gagnon of Canada. 24-year-old inside the top 20. And here is the 20-year-old Michelle Velzebor. Now Wang Yi, number 10 overall for China in the Crystal Globe standings, has had a wonderful, wonderful year. Wang, just 18 years of age. Currently now number 12 in that Crystal Globe standings after the first final we saw earlier today. And Lee So-yun, 14th currently in the standings. There's a big Korean fan contingent here in Dresden. So it's the B final, women's 1,000. And a good start by Wang Yi off that 4 position. Takes the early lead through the first full lap of this B final. Does make you wonder in a situation like this, as Alexander Velzebor gets ready for her A final, how much, if at all, she's able to watch her sister in this race. My guess is not much. My guess is the blinders are on, focusing on the race. She may check the standings board as she comes out onto the ice or gets introduced, or catches her sister coming off the ice. There's a lot at stake coming up in the A final. Gagnon of Canada out front. Lee So-yun right now is second. Michelle Velzebor third. Wang Yi started quickly, moved to the back of the pack, and now swinging about 4 wide to try and cover some ground and just can't get around. So she still hangs out in 4th position. 2 laps remain. And Velzebor spilled and goes down into the pads. Try to make an outside pass. They will take a look as Gagnon and the rest of the field hears the bell. So it's Gagnon, Lee, and Park. And Wang Yi no factor here in this B final. So Claudia Gagnon from Canada takes down the B final. So still taking a look at a potential infraction earlier in that race. And here is what they are taking a look at. That spilled Velzebor down. Looking at that angle of the replay, looks most like she went down perhaps on her own, but we'll see. It doesn't take much to knock these skaters around those corners at that speed and that force off those thin blades. Gagnon, meanwhile, signing a few autographs. Got a little time to kill. And the results in there. A penalty assessed to Velzebor. And the results official now. Gagnon, Lee and Park, 1, 2, 3. Wang Yi finishing 4th. So we'll get a look at the penalty charged against Velzebor right there in the helmet 16 with the arm block coming into this corner right there. And yeah, the little stumble by Lee Soyon lost a position. And that's where Gagnon took the lead, and she never relinquished it. So the ice is now ready, and as are we, for the A final in Dresden of the first running of the 1,000-meter. And this has all the earmarks of a tremendous race. There are the updated Crystal Globe standings. Kristen Santos Griswold, by virtue of her silver just a moment ago in the 1,500, has, for the time being anyway, taken the lead away from Kim Gilly, but we will see the 19-year-old from Korea in this A final. And they likely will be hopscotching over one another over the course of this weekend in Dresden. So the road to the finals for Corey Stoddard, Kim Gilly, Camilla Stormowska, Velzebor, and Kim Bhutan. Bhutan won her quarterfinal heat, finished second in the semis, but has been in pretty good form from what we've seen. That's been the most impressive thing so far about, watching Schulting and watching Bhutan. Yes, it's going to take a while, a few reps for their competitive and strategy pieces to kind of fall back into place, but physically, they both appear to be in perfect condition. So here's the introductions. Corey Stoddard, 22-year-old from the United States, 6th overall in the Crystal Globe standings. And she's making an effort now for her first individual goal. There is Kim Gilly. Currently, you see Crystal Globe ranked number 2. She's been number 1. She'll likely be number 1 after this race ends. But right now, second to Kristen Santos Griswold. Here's Kamila Stormowska of Poland, 23-year-old. Bronze in Dordrecht back in 2020. That is her only individual podium at the World Cup level. And an opportunity for her to get back in the podium for the first time in about 4 years. Well, here's Xander Velzebor, right now the number 4 ranked skater in the Crystal Globe standings. The top 500-meter sprinter in the world. And here's Kim Bhutan. Welcome back to World Cup action. Point at the helmet. This fits right. It feels right. And she is back after taking a bit of a break to focus on her community, on her schooling back in Canada. And she's had some good luck here in Dresden. Gold back in 17. That was in the 1,000. Gold in 2020 in the 500. And she'll be in outside position here in this A final of the 1,000. So there are the competitors: Velzebor, Kim, Stoddard, Bhutan, and Stormowska. Well, who do you like in this race? You have Kim Gilly at the 1,000-meter distance, the ultra-consistent Corey Stoddard, the wild card in Kim Bhutan, the Velzebor at the 1,000-meter distance. It really could be up for grabs. And there goes Corey Stoddard. She likes to race from the lead. Bhutan and Velzebor. Stormowska close. Kim Gilly likes to race from behind, but she'll need to make a quicker move here, and then the X factor of Bhutan in the race that might also kind of alter the timing for Kim Gilly's move from the back. But inside 5 laps to go, Gilly is still content in 5th. Stoddard still in front. Bhutan 4th as they're right in line, and now the race begins. And there's Velzebor taking the lead away from Stoddard. Gilly still at the back of the pack. Bhutan 4th. So coming around the corner with 2 laps to go. It is still Alexandra Velzebor, and there goes Kim Gilly trying to make her move on the outside. Bhutan is at the back. There's the bell. It's still Velzebor. Stoddard second. Here comes Kim Gilly. Here comes Kim Gilly. There goes Kim Gilly around Velzebor, and Kim Gilly wins it. Gold to Gilly. Impeccably timed move. If it doesn't work at that moment, it doesn't work at all. And Kim Gilly, trusting instincts, and hammers it home in the final lap. As we said earlier in the race, he likes to race from the back. And in a race like this, shorter, it's not her best distance, the 1,500 is, but you only get one crack in a race like this. And she took it, and she did get past Velzebor. And Stormowska got up for the bronze. Oh, the savviness, the trust of a teenager. A brighter future in the sport for anybody else on the women's side. There's no brighter star right now than Kim Gilly as far as a long-term future in this sport. There are the official results. Kim Gilly, gold. Alexandra Velzebor, silver. Camilla Stormowska up for the bronze. That is her 2nd career World Cup podium and 1st in 4 years. Stoddard 4th. And Kim Bhutan, never really a factor in that A final, finishing 5th. And let's go down to the ice at the Joy Next Arena for the victory ceremony for Kim Gilly. And the medal ceremony complete. Kim Gilly winning the women's 1,000 meter. What a fun race that was to watch toward the finish. Mad entertainment over these A finals we've seen so far. Here's the big move by Gilly inside the final lap. And around that last corner, just had enough to get past Velzebor. Oh, perfectly timed move. Crafty, confident, extraordinarily talented. All at the age of 19. Goodness. Game effort by Velzebor. Again, she is hands down the best 500-meter sprinter right now on the women's side. Made it very, very tough on everyone. Stoddard, Gilly. So now to the men's side, B final of the 1,000 meter. This will be the last individual series of events we see today. Got the relays on the way afterward. They will resurface the ice prior to the mixed relay B and A that are coming up momentarily. Here's the B final start list. Wesley Park of the United States into the B final. Park, a native of Irvine, California. There's Lucas Speckenhauser from Italy. Fell just outside the top 10 here in the Crystal Globe chase. Here's Wesley Park from the U.S. Chance to pick some points, raise another race, get a few more reps against stiffer competition. Hiroki Yokoyama from Japan in the third position of this B final. 29 years of age, been on the circuit for about the last 10 years. There's Pietro Siegel. Grew accustomed to watching him in A final after A final at the Euros. It's a B final here, at least his first individual event this weekend. And Jordan Pierre-Gillet, still top 10 in the Crystal Globe chase for the Canadian Olympian. He's been on the podium 3 times over the course of the year. All golds and all in the 500. So they are off in the 1,000-meter B final. The 2 Italians, Speckenhauser and Siegel. Yokoyama, Pierre-Gillet from Canada, and Wesley Park of the United States. This means Speckenhauser on a 1,000-meter podium this year. Silver in Montreal the opening weekend. Pierre-Gillet right now out front. Yokoyama a tight second. And then back to Speckenhauser. Four laps to go. Oh, and down goes Pierre-Gillet. And I think he went down on his own volition. So the lead now handed to Yokoyama. Speckenhauser second. That puts Wesley Park in third, and then Siegel. Not exactly sure what happened with Pierre-Gillet. Seemed to be somewhat in the clear ahead of Yokoyama and Speckenhauser, and down he went. So here's the bell. Yokoyama and Speckenhauser battling up front. Speckenhauser snatching the lead away. And Lucas Speckenhauser will take the B final. Yokoyama up for second. Siegel finishing third. Wesley Park of the U.S. fourth. And we'll go back to the fairly early stages of this race and see if we can check out on Pierre-Gillet. I mean, the lead was his and is right there. Just lost his balance. And down he went. No contact with any skaters behind him. And that allows Speckenhauser to bring it home. So waiting on the official B final results. But Lucas Beckenhauser wins the B final for Italy. And here are the results. Italy goes 1-2. Speckenhauser and Siegel. Third place finish for Yokoyama. So now to the Championship A final, the men's 1,000 meter here in Dresden. First running of 2 of this 1,000 meter distance this weekend. And we will see what was the top 2 in the Crystal Globe standings before the weekend began. Not anymore, at least not after William D'Angelo claimed the 1,500 meter gold a couple of moments ago. But Stephen Dubois, Park Ji-won, separated by a mere 2 points coming into this weekend. It should be a great battle the rest of the way. One more World Cup event next week in Gdansk, and then the World Championships in Rotterdam in the middle of March. And for the 5 in this A final, Felix Roussel claimed each of his quarter and semifinal races. Stephen Dubois in the quarters and semis with Roussel. Second place finishes both times, but never really pressed. We'll see Park Ji-won. Nowinski edged his way in, caught a break, and he's into an A final. And there is Felix Roussel, 22-year-old from Canada. Been on a podium a couple of times this year. Earned bronze in this 1,000-meter race in Dresden last year, so good fortune on this ice for him. And there's Stephen Dubois. Second at this distance over the course of the year. And with another solid finish in this one, likely to be your Crystal Globe leader once again. But Park Ji-won will have something to say about that. Here's Tomas Natalini from Italy. 21 years old, actually grew up playing hockey with his brother Nicola. They both then transitioned to short track, and Nicola has been a member of the national team previously. So Tomas Natalini on the ice. There's Park Ji-won. Crystal Globe defending champion. And in the running again. And the top 1,000-meter skater in the game right now. And here is Mikhail Nowinski. Super Bowl weekend. And tell you what, he looks like a linebacker, doesn't he? He is a solid, big young man, 20 years old, world junior champion last year. You can see him rushing the quarterback tomorrow in Vegas. So there are the 5. Dubois and Park Ji-won, they go heads up here. Flanked by Roussel, Natalini, and Nowinski. A final men's 1,000 here in Dresden. Well, Park Ji-won and Stephen Dubois have each claimed World Cup gold at the 1,000 this year. Park in Montreal, Dubois did in Seoul. And we'll see how they fare going head-to-head here. Dubois finished runner-up to Park's gold back in Montreal, and they are expected to be the top 2 contenders in this one. Dubois in the 3 helmet with the beard, and Park Ji-won with the Crystal Globe champion number 1 taped onto the side of his helmet for Korea. So Natalini soars to the lead. Dubois and Park are 2-3. Nowinski at the back, Roussel 4th. Little wobble by Roussel around that far corner. Coming up on 3 laps to go, and it's Tomas Natalini right now in front. Park is second. Roussel up to third. Oh, and down goes Natalini on his own. Similar to what we saw with Pierre Gillet just a moment ago. So the lead now belongs to Park Ji-won. Dubois right on his heels, and another skater goes down. That was Nowinski. So it's Park, Dubois, and Roussel. The only three remain on the lead lap, the bell, and it's Park. And now Dubois, a little contact between those two. Roussel sneaks into second, and to the line, it's Park Ji-won. Oh, was there a lot happening in that race? Skaters going down twice on their own. Some contact in the last top corner. And Park Ji-won maintained his balance and composure and managed to get to the line. Because he and Dubois got into a little bit of a tight spot in that last corner. That gave Roussel a shot. But Park Ji-won used his guile and strength to hang on. Well, there's Natalini just stumbling and falling when he was in front. And here's Park and Dubois. Park kind of swung out a little bit, kept his balance, and just did beat Roussel to the line. So gold again to Park Ji-won. And he'll be back atop the Crystal Globe standings. Fun race. Much happening in that race. And you see with the yellow box, they're still reviewing. And it's a second race in a row that we've seen a leader go down on their own with a little bit of a stumble, kind of in the same spot, that end of the first corner where Natalini went down. Same area where we saw Pierre Gillet in the B final go down, but the results are now official. Park Ji-won gold, Roussel silver, Dubois bronze, Nowinski finishing fourth, and then Natalini. And they will get the ice ready for the victory ceremony. When that concludes, they will bring out the Zamboni ice resurfacing, and then we will come back with the relays, which wrap up our program today. We'll see the B and A finals of the mixed relays, and then the semis of both the women's and the men's relays. So we will go to the ice for the victory ceremony and come back on the other side following the resurfacing for the relays that wrap up day 2 in Dresden. Now the award ceremony to Park Ji-won and company of the men's 1,000. Well, ISU's coverage of World Cup Dresden continues now, ready for the B final and the A final of the mixed relays. And here in the B final, we'll see three teams, Canada, Italy, and China. And the A final will follow with the United States, the Dutch, Korea, and France. So called to the line, and we are about ready to go. For Canada, we expect to see D'Angelo, Gagnon, Pierre-Gillet, and Stinge. Bette, Castanelli, Iorio, and Speckenhauser for the Italians. And then Li Kun, Song Jirai for China, Zhang Jianing, and Zhang Tianyi. Bette will open things up for the Italians, and we are underway in the B final of the mixed relay. Canada, Italy, China. So 2,000 meters, 18 laps. And we'll get ready for our first exchange. And what we saw yesterday in the quarterfinals, an unfortunate incident involving Team Poland on an exchange that led to an injury for Nikola Mazur of Poland. No update as of yet officially on her condition, but it was a scary incident fairly late into that quarterfinal with Team Poland. So our thoughts are still with her and her teammates. So that's why we're seeing just three teams here in this B final. So there's Pierre-Gillet out there for Team Canada. Italy right now is second. China sitting third. Speckenhauser right back on the ice after winning the B final in the 1,000 a couple of minutes ago. And there's William D'Angelo for Canada. Another big, big weekend for him. Steen sets the pace. Bette right behind her. There's the exchange. And now it's Gagnon on the ice for Canada. And on the chase, Iorio. Zhang Jianing will make the exchange for Canada. A little connection there between Canada and China blades, but they both stay on their feet. And the lead, though, as a result of that stumble, goes to Italy. So Castanelli leaning into that corner. And the exchange now for the Italians. Final exchange, 2 laps to go. Speckenhauser will try to bring it to the house. There's the bell. Canada second, China third. D'Angelo making a sharp move, gets around and loses his footing. And Italy will take the B final. China second. D'Angelo had the move. Sharp, sharp move around the corner. Tried to exit, lost it coming out of it. And let's hope he's all right because he went flying into the pads. We'll take a look at that last move by D'Angelo in Canada. Here it is. There it was, and there he went. Too low, too abrupt, too quick out of that corner. And D'Angelo, as big as he is, just could not uncoil around that corner and keep his balance. Good news is he's up on his feet and he's fine, grabbing his gear and heading off the ice. So there are the results. Italy, China, Canada, 1-2-3 finish in the B final. Ready now for the A final of the mixed relay here in Dresden. And we'll see 4 contenders: the United States, the Netherlands, Korea, and France vie for gold. The Netherlands, the top-ranked team in the world. They've won 2 straight World Cup golds. They also claimed gold at the Euros a couple of weeks ago. And they will be the favorites here. The United States currently ranked number 5, Korea 4. And a bit of a surprise to see the French here into the A final. Good for them. They're outside the top 10 in terms of world rankings, but they're actually 11th coming in. They see the World Cup standings for the mixed relays. Saw China just finish second a moment ago. Little ice treatment before they bring out the skaters, all of the skaters here for the A final, the mixed. And the road to the finals for the U.S. winning its semifinal. Korea winning its semifinal. France moving on to the A final. So at position 1 will be the United States, the world number 5. They've been on a couple of podiums this year, a pair of bronzes, tied for bronze in Seoul, outright bronze in Beijing. We'll see Santos, Griswold, and Stoddard, along with Howard and Hio for the U.S. Looks like Andrew Hio, I think he wants more applause, more ovation for us. Hey, how about us? Well, how about these guys, the Dutch? The world number 1, 2 straight World Cup golds, Euro golds. We'll see Velzemore and Pouchma, Imons and Boer. And the choreography, 4 out of 5. Now for Korea, we will see Team Korea. They're ranked number 4. Silver and a bronze so far this year, and no choreography for them. Park Shim, Kim Gilly, and Kim Gun-woo. This is a dynamic quartet coming on the ice. And France, they're not used to A finals in the mix. They will take it, but they're not framed up properly. Scoot over. They're new at this. Daudet, Fercoq, Levesque, and Tristan Navarro. As France finds itself in a gleeful mood in the A final. So those are the contenders: the United States, Netherlands, Korea, and France. And looking at the lineups from the from the semifinals to the A final, Korea has made a couple of changes using their depth. Shim Suk-hee is in there. Kim Gilly is in there. We saw Schulte in a race for the Netherlands yesterday in the semifinals. Hausman was in there as well. And instead it's Velzemore and Poutsma. And Boer moves in for Hausman. Poutsma will lead off for the Dutch. Shim Suk-hee for the Netherlands. And out there first for the United States is Corey Stoddard. And France will open up with Levesque. Those are the 4 on the ice in the first orbit. 20-lap A final, and already a fairly sizable starting lead for the Dutch thanks to Selma Poutsma. And now it is Velzeboer matched up against Kristen Santos Griswold of the United States. And this would be Kim Gilly's time as well for Korea. And if things hold up, this could be the area where the race is won and lost. Velzeboer seeing Kristen Santos Griswold close in. Nice work by the American to tighten things up. So it's the Dutch and the U.S. 1-2, a distance to Korea in third. And the U.S. out there with Marcus Howard. That's Boer on the ice for the Netherlands. And still a bit of a gap from the U.S. to Korea for third. And France is back in the pack in fourth. There's the exchange. Friso Emons for the Dutch. Andrew Heel on the chase for the United States. This will end the first rotation of skaters, and the U.S. has the lead. So one more rotation of all four skaters. Stoddard against Poutsma. Now Stoddard's job is to defend because Poutsma has the massive speed. And so far, so good for Stoddard, maintaining the advantage for the United States. If she can get a lead to Santos Griswold, the U.S. may have a real shot at this. And there's the exchange, and it is the United States with Santos Griswold. Alexander Velzeboer now on the chase of Santos Griswold for the Dutch. And this will be a tough pass to make for Velzeboer. Santos Griswold does not get past very often and will maintain the lead. Now it's Howard in front against Boer. 1-2. One exchange remaining, and the Americans still in the lead. And there's the pass. Boer gets around Howard, and the lead to the Dutch with one exchange to go. And there it is. It's Emons against Andrew Heel as they race for mixed relay gold. Coming up on the bell. And Heel coming up on Emons makes the pass for the United States. Heel and the Americans into the final corner, makes the turn, and the United States wins mixed relay gold. Andrew Heel brings it to the house for the U.S. And it was the pass with about a lap plus to go. And then Andrew Heel would not be denied. But the key juncture as we take a look at some of the highlights immediately from that race was when the Americans on an exchange grabbed the lead before you got into the final 8 laps. And it was right there. And once Stoddard on the exchange had the lead, Santos Griswold defended it against Velzeboer. Howard then kind of lost it right here, but then Andrew Heel stole it away from Emons on that first corner and then brought it home. And the United States claims mixed relay gold. Stoddard, Santos Griswold, Howard, and Heel. And they knock off the number 1 mixed relay team in the world. They were taking a look at a review from a moment earlier in that race, but it will not impact the results. They have gone official. Gold to the United States in the mixed relay. Silver to the Dutch. And France gets up for bronze. And now getting the ice ready for the victory ceremony. So let's send it down to the ice and the award ceremony. So the medal ceremony is complete, and a look at the updated standings. There's the France with that fourth place finish. Jumps into the top 10 now in 8th. Netherlands still the number 1 ranked team. The United States winning gold up to 3rd. So the United States wins the mixed relay. Stoddard, Santos, Griswold, Hio, and Howard get it done. Electric finish at the end by Andrew Hio. And the United States springs the upset on the Dutch. So we'll have a little bit of a break as they resurface the ice to get ready for the semifinals of both the women's 3,000 meter relay and the men's 5,000 meter relay. And we will have those for you coming up in about 15 minutes' time if the schedule holds. So the pad's open. The Zamboni will come on the way out, and we will be back with those last 2 events, the semifinals of both the men's and women's relay coming up, and they are indicating now it's 16 minutes away, so at 18 minutes past the hour. Stay tuned for that last couple events of Day 2 in Dresden. You're watching coverage of ISU Short Track Speed Skating World Cup from Dresden.
was der auch aussucht, ob der Trinkflasche oder Kopfball. So, als Chicago. Morgen ist Super Bowl. Freust du dich? Wirklich, was ist dein Lieblingssport? Also, nur wenn okay, aber was ist dein Lieblingssport? Fußball. Das ist die Dynamo-Fan. Arsenal. Chicago und Dresden Arsenal-Fan. Okay. Das ist ganz logisch. Ja, jetzt, wo du das sagst, aber wenn du dir so, ja, du hast recht. Wäre jetzt auch eine andere Mannschaft, oder? Das könnte die Celtics sein, oder? Okay. Denk an, was du willst, ist der vollkommen schlimme. Auf 3 schreist du ein Verlierer. 1, 2, 3. Er war laut, aber er hat grandios gegen seine Werte verloren. Danach hat er sich eigentlich nichts ausgesucht. Ne? Können Sie was? Ja, pass mal auf. Wir machen das so, er nimmt das Kopfball gegen, er macht das voll und schickt es. Ja? Vielen Dank fürs Mitmachen. Dankeschön. Dresden, ihr seid der absolute Hammer. Gleich geht's weiter wieder raus.
Back to our coverage of ISU World Cup Dresden, ready for the semifinals, the two heats for the women's 3,000-meter relay. Opening semi, we'll see Japan, the Netherlands, Korea, and China match up. First and second from each of these races head to the A final, the other two to the B final. Top-ranked team in the world right now are the Dutch, and we'll see Suzanne Schulten expected to be part of the quartet here in the semifinal. It'll be her first foray into the women's relay this year since rejoining the World Cup circuit this weekend. She'll be joined by Yara Van Kerkhoff and the Velzeboer sisters. Korea ranked number 2 in the world coming in. We'll see Kim Gilly expected to race, Lee So-yeon, Park Ji-won, So-wee Min. China with a lot of new faces on its relay squad here in the semi. They're ranked number 5 in the world, and Japan. Those are the 4 in this opening semi. So Suzanne Schulten in that orange helmet with the number 1, the Crystal Globe champion from last year. She gets the leadoff leg for the Dutch as we open things up. 27 laps. Second leg goes to Michelle Velzeboer for the Dutch. Again, Japan is out there with Ami Hirai, Ki Kurokawa, Marie Nakashima, Rina Yamada. Those are the 4 expected to be on the ice for Japan. Liu Wanyu, Song Jiru, Wang Yi, and Zhang Jinying for China. There's Michelle Velzeboer on the ice. Park Ji-won out there for Korea. There's the exchange. Back to Schulten and the opening skaters. Japan 3rd, China 4th right now. We'll see the U.S., Canada, Italy, Hungary in the other semifinal. So the ice has been resurfaced, and the last couple of races of day 2 here in Dresden winding down. See the yellow video review box already appearing. Netherlands, Korea, and Japan right now 1, 2, 3. China has fallen down and well off of the pace. Hirai out there for Japan in 3rd. There's the exchange. Back to the leadoff skater, Suzanne Schulten for the Netherlands. Inside the final 15 laps of this semi. Kim Gilly right on the tail of Michelle Velzeboer, or probably Alexander Velzeboer. They will match up a couple more times before this race ends. Van Kerkhoff on the ice for the Dutch. Korea with Lee So-yeon. Now Michelle Velzeboer on the ice for the Dutch. Still Netherlands, Korea, and Japan in this opening semifinal. And from Velzeboer to Schulten. And So-wee Min out there for Korea. Inside the last 8 laps. That's Alexander Velzeboer still outpacing Kim Gilly. Top 2 to the A final. So we may not see any unnecessary moves as long as there's a decent gap between Korea and Japan at this stage. Couple of more exchanges left. It is still the Netherlands. Park Ji-won about to make the exchange for Korea. And it's back to the front. And Suzanne Schulten. So one last exchange coming. Schulten maintains the lead for the Dutch. So-wee Min on the exchange. And now it is Velzeboer and Gilly to bring it home. And the bell for Alexander Velzebor. Kim Gilly, not necessarily a huge chase. Pleased with the second position, and both the Netherlands and Korea move into the A final. That will be tomorrow. So no real surprise with those two squads going basically heads up most of the race. And there's the fall on the exchange for Team China. And on that fall, it actually ran up right at the backside of one of the Korean skaters in the same vicinity. So that is what they're taking a look at. And it won't have any impact. Korea finished second anyway to the Dutch. So into the A final. A lot of smiles. They're thrilled to have Schulten back as part of the relay. And discussing strategy. And, Schulten's been away from the squad, now training, getting back on the ice. It does make you wonder how much involvement she has had. I mean, this is not easy to just kind of parachute into and jump in as part of the relay. So you know that as long as she's been back with the squad in training, this has probably been one of the major focuses for the Netherlands and for Suzanne Schulten, getting her back out there. Would assume that she would be part of the A final relay tomorrow, but that remains to be seen. There, see the contact in the fall right there, the crash out on the exchange. And Balázs, the chief referee on the ice from Hungary. This may result in a penalty against China. But again, fortunately for Korea, they finished second anyway. So skaters head off the ice. Their day is now done. The skaters for the second semifinal warming up on the ice. Real shot in the arm for Team USA. Just claimed the mixed relay gold a couple of minutes ago, and some of those skaters will be on the ice again. And actually the penalty is assigned to Japan. We'll take a look at that. China heads to the B final, and Japan will not. But the Netherlands and Korea to the A final tomorrow. So we'll take a look right here at the penalty charge to the Japanese team right there for lane change causing contact during that exchange. So the Japanese team gets nailed, and China will head on to the B final tomorrow. Start list for the second semifinal. In the United States, number 4 ranked women's relay team in the world. Canada ranked number 3. Those are the top 2 teams by ranking anyway here in this semifinal. And we'll see Santos Griswold and Corey Stoddard expect to be on the ice for the United States. They were just part of that gold medal mixed relay race a couple of minutes ago. There's Stoddard. Konya opens things up for Hungary. Italy is out there with Uriati, Siegel, Valsapina, and Confortola. Canada with Bly, Bhutan, Siro, and Sting. And the U.S. with Santos Griswold and Stoddard, and then Julie Latai and Eunice Lee. So Bly on the ice, matched up against Santos Griswold in this rotation. Canada, the United States, Italy, and Hungary in that order around this corner. So there's Eunice Lee in the white helmet, number 73 for the United States. The exchange to Canada. Courtney Siro in the 2 helmet. Julie Latai with the exchange to her teammates, and back to the front we go. Sting for Canada, Stoddard for the U.S. And now the exchange gets Santos Griswold back on the ice. Donna Bly for Canada. Siegel for Italy. And now it's Kim Bhutan out there in front for Canada. She likes Schulting in her first World Cup event of the year. Bhutan did get into an A final this weekend, did not win a medal. But the depth of the sport on the women's side has got a whole lot deeper with the addition of Bhutan and Schulting this weekend. United States still sitting second. Stoddard drafting off a sting, and there's the exchange. It'll be Bly and Santos Griswold again. Tightly bunched, 1 through 4. Back to Kim Bhutan and Julie Latai, the front two for Canada and the United States. $11 laps to go in this second semifinal. The Dutch and Korea already into tomorrow's A final. First and second place of this semi will join them tomorrow. And right now it is still Canada in front. The United States tracing a close second with Santos Griswold. Italy third, and then Hungary. Bly in front, there's the exchange. Santos Griswold shoves off to Latai, and Italy making a move, gets past Latai, and Italy into second place with 6 laps to go. Kim Bhutan racing ahead, the lead to Canada. Italy consolidates that pass, still in second, and they're extending. Sereau against Confortola, the exchange. And a little bit of trouble there, swinging wide, but Canada stays on its blades. 3 laps to go. And work to be done for the United States, although Stoddard is picking up some ground. And there's the last exchange, and there's the immediate pass. Santos Griswold gets inside the Italians and the U.S. back into second. And the bell. Canada and the U.S. Italy trying to make a move, and Santos Griswold once more blows past Bly and says, we don't need to worry about finishing second. Let's take the whole game and make sure we have a spot in the A final tomorrow. That was a veteran move by Santos Griswold. That got a little bit tight in the last 6 or 7 laps for Team USA. Good work by Steens right there to stay on her blades. Nearly went down. Here's the very late pass into the final corner by Santos Griswold, but the race really got a little bit sticky for the Americans about 4 laps prior when Latai was passed. But Stoddard helped to close the gap, and then on the exchange, a brilliant exchange between Corey Stoddard and Santos Griswold. With momentum, with energy, and with the right angle to make the quick pass, and then Santos Griswold took it the rest of the way. So the United States and Canada to tomorrow's A final, joining the Netherlands and Korea. And they will race 27 laps for gold tomorrow. And there you see the qualifiers for the A and B. China, Italy, Hungary, 3-team B final tomorrow, thanks to the penalty assigned to Japan. And those 4 for the A. The Dutch, Korea, the United States, and Canada tomorrow. So 2 more races to close out day 2 here in Dresden. Semifinals of the men's 5,000-meter relay, 45-lap race. And we'll see 8 teams vie for the 4 slots in the A final tomorrow. So here this opening semifinal, we will see Canada, the number 2 ranked team in the world, Kazakhstan, Japan, and the United States. The U.S. currently ranked number 13. Kazakhstan 8, Japan 6. So there's Roussel to open things up for Canada. Kazakhstan will send out Galikmetov. Japan with Miyata. And the United States in outside position will open things up with Marcus Howard. So the race is off. The U.S. expected to be out there with Hio, Howard, Park, and Yoon. Japan with Hayashi, Miyata, Watanabe, and Yoshinaga. Nikisha, Shamakhanov, Zaksabayev, and Galikmetov for Team Kazakhstan. And Canada with Roussel. Danjano, who's on the ice right now. Pierre Gillet and Dubois. Those were the 4 names submitted over the last half hour for Team Canada. Yeah, there is Dubois on the exchange in the front for Canada. Crowd's been lively all weekend here in Dresden. And one more big day tomorrow, and then the World Cup moves on to Gdansk, which is where a lot of these athletes were less than a month ago at the European Championships in Poland. And then about a month break to prep for the World Championships in the middle of March. Podium finishes for Canada in the men's relay. 3 of the first 4 World Cup events. They won the opener in Montreal. And won again a couple of World Cup events later in Beijing. Finished silver that second weekend in Montreal. So this has been a battle-tested and very, very successful squad so far this year. China has claimed a couple of golds. No, we will not see China this weekend here in the men's 5,000 relay. Didn't make it into the semifinals. But again, a much different looking Chinese delegation coming in over the course of this weekend. China eliminated in the quarterfinals. Finished 3rd in their quarterfinal heat to the Italians and Hungary. But again, they did that without the Liu brothers, who are not here in Dresden this weekend. Dubois in Canada still setting the pace in exchange to Pierre Gillet. Nikisha in Kazakhstan right now 2nd. Back to Roussel. And still a fairly tight group of 4 skaters on the ice on the lead lap. And now Japan breaks away, tries to grab the lead away from Roussel, and on the exchange, will it hold? It will. So Japan right now out front. Hayashi is out there with the lead. And still Japan in front, Watanabe with 24 laps to go. So a long way to go in this first semifinal, almost halfway through. Yoshinaga, quick little check on Pierre Gillet, getting ready for the next exchange. Clean again. Kazakhstan into 3rd. The United States still 4th. Still is Japan. Canada looks poised, and Dubois ready to make a break for it. And can't quite get around Watanabe. And now Dubois will, just prior to the exchange on the back straight. So Canada back in the lead. Race to the corner. Oh, a little push there by Japan right into the back of Pierre Gillet. That certainly will be reviewed. And Japan, as a result, back into fourth, Canada third. And now it's Kazakhstan with Galeg Metov being chased. United States currently second, Canada third. And then a bit of a break back to Japan in fourth. Shamakhanov with Hio right behind him. There's the exchange. And again to the corner. A little bit of a wobble there by Kazakhstan. Allows the U.S. to win the corner, but creates some room. And there's the steal by Dubois in Canada. Boy, it just does not take much for the openings to occur. You need to be ready at all times. So Canada back into the lead. The United States settling in second. Japan third, Kazakhstan fourth. Top two teams on to the A final tomorrow. Eight laps left. Canada and the U.S. beginning to separate a bit. It's D'Angelo on the ice. Andrew Hio for the United States. Well, this would be a nice result for the U.S. if they can make their way into an A final here to World Cup. You would like to stay a little bit tighter to the leader right there if you're the United States. Yoon doing his best. Makes the exchange. The United States still second. Roussel out there with 3 laps to go. And Marcus Howard will make the last exchange for the United States. It's Canada and the U.S. Kazakhstan third, Japan fourth. And here's the bell. Canada still in front and a nice gap for Andrew Hio to work with for the U.S. And through the last corner. And Canada and the United States finish 1-2. And that should get Stephen Goff's Americans into an A final. They will take a look at one review from earlier in the race. It did not involve the U.S. It was on an exchange that nearly felled a skater up ahead. They'll take a look and see if there might be a penalty, but Canada is able to get through it anyway. So right there, that shove against Pierre Gillet knocked Canada from first to last, but Canada able to overcome in such a long race. Stay clean the rest of the way, but that will certainly be looked at as a potential penalty. And the unofficial results, Canada wins it, the United States finishing second. Another look at Balachkova taking a look at this moment about midway through the race, right? So there's Pierre Gillet. I mean, did he get in the way as far as that movement here? There's a hand on the hip by Yoshinaga. But Pierre Gillet is sitting out wide and then kind of drifts in, and the contact was made. And you see Pierre Gillet kind of point back at Yoshinaga as if to say, hey, remember to take a look at that. But the question is the kind of right away. So we'll take a look and see how this one is resolved. So it all depends on kind of the movement made by the Canadian Pierre Gillet right there. Perhaps you see an advance for Japan if that's what's determined. So we'll see here. And there is a penalty, and it is on Pierre Gillet of Canada. And Japan moved up to the second position, and they will advance. So Team Canada, the number 2 ranked men's relay squad, will draw the penalty, and there will be no B final, no A final. There's the lane change issue here for Pierre Gillet right there, kind of drifting in, lane to lane, interfering with the Japanese skater Yoshinaga, and Japan will be sent through to the A final. So now the last race of the day, second semifinal. Now this is becoming a wide open potential A final tomorrow with the U.S. and Japan. The U.S. ranked 13, Japan ranked number 6. China didn't make the semis. Canada, the number 2 team, just earned a penalty. There's no A final for the Canadians. So now some open terrain for some surprise teams, perhaps. We'll see Poland, Korea, Italy, Hungary. Korea is the highest remaining ranked team in the world still alive here in this World Cup on the men's relay. They're ranked number 3. Poland is ranked number 10, but they've had some 7, and Hungary all the way down to number 11. But again, 2 of these 4 will make it to the A final at a minimum. And the U.S. and Japan will wait for them in tomorrow's A final. So Poland with Kaczynski, Felix Pigeon, Selye, Nowinski. Korea out there with Jang Sun-woo, Kim Tae-sung, Park Ji-won, So Yi-ra. Italy, the foursome of Speckenhauser, Seagal, Casanelli, and Natalini. Hungary with Botovic, Sismadia, Yazpati, and Seabors. There's Jang Sun-woo right now on the ice for Korea. Kim Tae-sung in helmet 5 for Korea. Natalini behind him. A soft exchange, and now it's Park Ji-won out there for Korea. Big day for him. Claimed gold in the 1,000 earlier today. Italy to second, Poland third, Hungary fourth. About a quarter of the way through this second semifinal. That's a great shot right there, how the skaters on the infield get ready and lined up for the exchange. "30 laps to go." So Yi-ra out there for Korea. He's cruising with the lead. Casanelli makes the exchange for the Italians. Poland a tight third, and then Hungary. Kim Tae-sung, hand down, little look. Still the Italians and Natalini right behind him. Schedule of events tomorrow as we get underway with the repechage of the 500 for the women and the men. Start with the quarters and the repechage of the second running of the 1,000 meter. Running all the way through the B finals of both the women's and men's relay. That'll be in the morning session tomorrow on day 3, and then the afternoon concludes. We'll open with the quarters of the 500, the quarters of the 1,000, and run it all the way through the finals of the 1,000 and the 500, and then close things out with the 2 A final relays. That is day 3, and then right back to World Cup competition next weekend in Gdansk. Park Ji-won leading the way for Korea. Italy still second. Less than 20 laps to go now on that exchange, 18 to be precise. Poland still third. The Italians and Korea in front of them. Kuzinski will make the exchange to Selye for Team Poland. Inside move, Poland gets past the Italians, and on the exchange, can they hold it? Tights around that corner, and they will. So now it's Poland in second place. The Italians now on the chase. And Nowinski making the exchange for Poland, still right on the blades of Team Korea. "12 laps left." So brings it across the line. Makes the exchange, still Korea. Poland consolidating that second place position. Italy still third. Yeah, that's Speckenhauser in the 37 helmet. He's one of their best closers. Now it's Natalini out there for the Italians. The race to watch is for second place. That's the advancing position to the A final tomorrow. And again, with the teams that have already moved into the A final tomorrow, there's going to be an open season for anybody to win gold tomorrow. Canada drew a penalty and will not be in the A final tomorrow. So it is now Italy. Oh, a lot of congestion there, and down goes Poland. Italy takes the lead, and Korea shuffled back a third, and look who's in second at the moment. It's Hungary. That will require a review. But now the race gets tight and the race gets late, and it's Speckenhauser for Italy with 4 laps to go in front. Now Natalini. Korea at this stage. There's the move, and Korea back into second place. There's the bell. Italy still in front. Korea up into second. And they want more. Look at Park Ji-won looking for room and working to get Siegel, and Siegel will win it for Italy. And Korea finishes second. Hungary falls back to third. But again, there will be a review of a flat-out mess at the top of the first corner with about 8 laps to go. So the racing is done, but the results are not. And hopefully part of this replay package will get a look at exactly what happened and perhaps why. That was just past the midway mark, and here is where the congestion was right there. That involved 3 of the 4 squads and opened things up for Italy to take control. And Pietro Siegel closes that one down. Korea did well to get back to finish second. Hungary third, but hold on here as we get a look and see exactly what they're taking a look at, involving perhaps 3 of the 4 teams. Again, we're working with our referee liaison in Dresden, looking at potential involvement of Poland against Korea. Was Italy the cause of this? Is kind of the initial question right there. And the 49 helmet Castanelli. So we'll see what they're taking a look at as far as the passing and the availability of lanes to get through. Italy, your unofficial semifinal winner. There's some anxious moments right now on how this one is going to be judged. And there's the Nowinski towering over his entire teammates. Talking with Selye and Pigeon. All smiles for Bontovics and the Hungarians. Handshakes, we'll see you tomorrow. But one last semifinal to be decided here via replay. We'll see how it plays out. If Italy were to be declared involved in that and penalized, then like the Canadians, they would be out for tomorrow. But that has not been decided. They're taking a look at all aspects of it. And, oh, look at that. Something good for Team Poland. Something good for Team Poland. A surprising look on Cellier's face. And let's see what has been decided. And Italy has indeed drawn the penalty. So all three teams from the second semi move to the A final tomorrow. You want to talk about a free-for-all. Tune in for the A final tomorrow afternoon. So the question here was Italy's involvement here. Late pass, did that impede Poland and certainly impacted Korea right there? And the answer is yes. So Italy charged with the penalty. So despite unofficially winning the race, they're out. That's why they take so long and see so many angles on exactly how things played out. So the results are official. Italy draws the penalty, and that will set up the A final tomorrow involving the United States, Japan, Poland, Korea, and Hungary in the A final of the men's 5,000-meter relay. So that is going to close out day 2 here in Dresden of the ISU's coverage of World Cup Dresden. For our entire crew, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. We appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and stay tuned. Day 3 coverage of World Cup Dresden tomorrow. So long for now.
Gewinnverteilt ohne